Have you ever felt wrung out simply because your mind would not stop spinning? One glance that seemed off, a sentence that ended too soon, a message left unseen, and suddenly the head becomes a theater with 1,000 scenes, each more frightening than the last. By noon, the heart is heavy, as if someone tied a stone to it. By night, joy has lost its scent. Yet the Buddha pointed to a simple truth. Pain does not come solely from events, it blooms from how we look at them. The same rain can feel like poetry to one and bother to another. The same silence can be a calm shore for one and abandonment for another. Where then is the root? It lives in the unexamined thoughts we feed water and raise into shadows larger than life. On a back alley where iron shutters carry the smell of oil, there is a watch repairer named Han. One morning, a traveler dropped off a vintage watch, promising to return at dusk. Dusk came and went. The next day, still no one. The watch ticked with perfect patience. Han didn't. "I must have damaged something," he whispered. "He's angry. He'll tell everyone I'm careless. I will lose trust, lose work." Every must have wrapped another loop around his chest. For 3 nights he ate without tasting, slept without resting, and stared at the ceiling where his fears tried on different masks. When the traveler finally returned, he bowed and laughed with apology. The train had been delayed, nothing more. In that instant, Han realized the harshest tyrant these days had not been time but imagination. Our lives rhyme with Han's. A wandering gaze and we stamp it contempt. A late reply and we stamp it rejection. A shift in tone and we stamp it betrayal. We are both the customs officer and the smuggler, printing labels then suffering because of them. The Buddha compared the mind to a lake. Toss a stone, ripples spread. Keep tossing stones of conjecture, the surface never settles. But leave the lake alone. Breathe. Sit, feel the body arrive. The water slowly becomes glass. Here is a small practice, a doorway you can open any time. When the mind begins to embroider, inhale and know you are inhaling. Exhale and know you are exhaling. Whisper inwardly. This is a thought, not a fact. Say it again, like placing a cool cloth on fevered skin. The pulse slows. You become less the helpless passenger and more the witness at the window, present, gentle, unhurried. Friend, peace has never been elsewhere. It waits where you stop running after scenes that haven't happened. From that pause, a light thins the fog. The lesson is old, but the taste is always new. Return to breath, return to body, return to now. People often beg the mind to stop like rain on a tin roof. Please just be quiet, and the mind only rattles louder. Trying to overpower thought with thought is like fanning flames to put out a fire. The old masters called it the monkey mind, horse intent, jumpy, galloping, tired of being tired. The key they handed down was plain as morning air, the breath. Breath is a small bridge with infinite strength joining body and mind. We breathe all our lives, but rarely realize we're doing it until air is scarce and we panic. In truth, breath is a humble teacher who has never left our side. Each time the mind rushes to rehearse disasters, let the breath lead. Breathing in. I know I'm breathing in. Breathing out, I know I'm breathing out. It sounds almost childish. Yet like a lake, when the wind settles, the chop calms, the sky returns. A young designer once arrived pale-eyed to a teacher pleading, "How do I stop thinking?" The teacher poured hot water into a clay cup and said, "Drink." She frowned. I asked about the mind. "Why tea?" He smiled. To truly taste the tea is to stop traveling elsewhere. Right then, she understood the goal is not to wage war on thought, but to inhabit this sip, this warmth in the palms, this moment that demands nothing and offers everything. Most of life happens inside small acts: chewing rice, latching a door, tying a shoe. Yet the mind keeps abandoning these rooms of presence, sprinting into yesterday's replay or tomorrow's guess. The Buddha never confined mindfulness to caves or cushions. He invited it into rice bowls and crosswalks. Lifting the spoon, know it nourishes this body that carries your days. Touching water, know it softens, cleanses, renews. Simple words, a path home. Consider washing a plate. If the mind mutters, "Why am I always stuck with this?" each bubble becomes a burden. If the mind feels the temperature, the ceramic slickness, the arc of the wrist, a small ceremony reveals itself. Or walking through traffic, if the mind grips the destination, every step is a negotiation. But if the foot really feels the ground, if the ear really hears the world, a hush appears even on a crowded street. The mind is a garden. Leave it unattended, and weeds, worry, suspicion, habit thrive. Show up a little each day, and seeds of steadiness take root. One mindful breath planted, one mindful step watered. Keep tending. Peace does not arrive with drum rolls. It blooms like time between stones. You can begin in small ways morning before you scroll. Hold a glass to the light. See the water's clarity cloud. River sun, hands you never met, all present to quench your thirst. See and silently bow. Sitting with someone you love, set the phone down like a teapot, deliberate kind. Offer your full presence as if it were rare incense. That is a gift no market sells. Peace is not an escape hatch from reality. It is intimacy with reality. Amid engines and deadlines, you can still step into clear air in the breath's gentle swing. In a smile, you don't rush in the way your shoulders drop, when you remember there is no finish line to sprint. As this remembering grows muscles, you'll notice something small yet astonishing inside the clamor of the city. There is a courtyard, yours, quiet as dawn. You don't buy it, borrow it, or win it. You return. Yes, the calendar will keep its storms. Plans fray efforts, misunderstood kindness overlooked. The sea will throw waves because that is what seas do. The Buddha once compared our training to steering a boat. It isn't the wind that capsizes us, but the unsteady hand. We don't get to choose calm weather, but we can learn our oar. Imagine a stringed instrument. Over-tighten, the note is shrill. Slacken, it dies. Balance sings. Too much control, and you grow brittle. Too much surrender, and you drift. Practice becomes the art of tuning. Accept what is unmovable. Adjust what is yours to adjust, and keep the music honest. I know a baker who, after a failed venture, would sit for hours condemning herself with invisible verdicts. One winter afternoon, she tried something different. She closed her eyes, found her pulse in her wrist, and said nothing against herself. Within minutes, the iron band around the ribs loosened. Failure, she discovered, is an event. Suffering is the commentary. Since then, when trouble knocks, she tells herself, this too is passing weather. And like weather, it does. When we pause and listen, adversity stops being an enemy and becomes a stern teacher. It drills patience, shows where we cling, and sharpens our kindness. Instead of, why is this happening to me, the question ripens. What is this asking me to learn? And in that pivot, pain turns its face toward wisdom. So friend, amid the world's gusts, don't wish for no wind. Learn to drop anchor in what is steady. Learn to be a lighthouse, battered, yet lit, not only for yourself, but for others adrift nearby. How begin where all true beginnings begin? One breath. Feel the air enter, leave. Let labels unstick. Let the lake rest. Let the watch keep its time while you keep yours right here, in the only moment that has ever held you. There is a quiet truth the Buddha whispered into the heart of the world. Everything we love is already slipping through our fingers. The flower that delights the eye today will fall. The voice that comforts us tonight will one day fade into wind. The breath that rises will also fall. And yet knowing this is not despair, it is awakening. For to see impermanence clearly is to touch life deeply, to love with tenderness, instead of grasping, to live with open palms, instead of clenched fists. A boy once stood before an old Bodhi tree every morning, sweeping the fallen leaves with careful hands. One day his teacher asked, "Why do you sweep so early?" The boy replied, "So the yard will stay clean all day." The teacher smiled. "No matter how early you sweep, the leaves will keep falling." The boy frowned. "Then why clean at all?" The teacher answered, "Because while you sweep, the mind becomes clear like the yard." The boy paused, looked at the endless leaves, and for the first time, he smiled too. This story lives within each of us. We want life to stay neat people, to stay kind moments, to stay golden. But leaves will always fall. The more we fight impermanence, the heavier the broom becomes. The more we accept it, the lighter our steps grow. When we stop demanding the world to be constant, we begin to notice its shimmering beauty as it changes the sky's mood, the breath's rhythm, the heart's gentle ache. Everything, even loss, becomes part of the music. There is a tenderness in things that do not last. The cherry blossom is precious because it will soon be gone. The sunset pulls our breath because it will not return the same way. The sound of a loved one's laughter, unrepeatable, irreplaceable. Impermanence is not a thief. It is the artist who paints life vivid for one blink, then lets it fade so the next scene may arrive. The problem is not that things change. It's that we forget change is the rule, not the flaw. The Buddha taught all conditioned things are impermanent. When we cling to what shifts, we suffer. But when we meet change with mindfulness, we find freedom within the movement. The wave cannot control the tide, but it can dance while it rises. The leaf cannot hold the branch forever, but it can flutter with grace as it falls. So too, we fragile breathing waves can learn to flow without fear. A woman once came to a monk heartbroken after the passing of her mother. She wept, "I cannot live without her." The monk handed her a lamp and said, "Light this flame and keep it burning forever." She tried, but the wind blew it out again and again. Finally exhausted, she whispered, "It's impossible." The monk nodded. So too is keeping what you love from changing, but you can cherish the light while it burns. Tears returned, but this time they were softer, like rain washing dust from leaves. She bowed and walked away lighter. When grief visits us, it is not a punishment. It is the echo of love that had nowhere else to go. If we resist it, it hardens. If we embrace it, it melts into understanding. Each loss teaches us to hold what remains with more presence. Each goodbye teaches us how to truly say hello. Life in this way keeps polishing the heart until it reflects everything, joy and sorrow alike, as one vast sky. Look around you. The cup in your hand will one day crack. The body you inhabit will one day return to dust. The voice reading these words will fade into silence. But before that moment comes, there is the miracle of now warmth on the skin, the taste of tea, the sound of breathing. Impermanence turns every ordinary thing into treasure when we are awake enough to see it. Knowing the candle will burn out makes its glow more sacred, not less. When we cling, we tighten around what we cannot hold. But when we let go, we do not lose. It is then that we truly receive. The open hand feels the wind. The closed hand feels only its own pressure. This is the paradox of freedom: to possess nothing, yet lack nothing. To stand in the flow of time and say, I am part of this river, not separate from it. And in that surrender, peace appears, not the stillness of frozen water, but the stillness of a river moving without resistance. There is a teaching: the lotus blooms most beautifully in muddy water. Impermanence is that mud. Without decay, no blossom. Without endings, no beginnings. Every death in nature is a seed disguised. Every heartbreak clears ground for compassion to root deeper. The universe is not cruel when it changes. It is creative. What we call loss, it calls transformation. Sometimes the mind says, if I stop clinging, I will stop caring. But look closely. Love that clings is a cage. Love that understands is wings. When we love someone with awareness of impermanence, we love them fully now, without postponing tenderness. We do not wait for the last day to say, thank you, or I see you, or I forgive you, because we know the next breath is never guaranteed. Each one is already a gift returned by the universe over and over until it isn't. So friend, let us practice like the boy with the broom, not to keep the yard forever clean, but to keep the heart clear while sweeping. Let us walk gently, knowing every step dissolves as soon as it lands. Let us love not despite impermanence, but because of it. For in this fleeting world, awareness is the only eternity we will ever touch. And when night comes and the leaves fall once more across the path, perhaps you will remember nothing stays, and that is the mercy of life. You breathe out, the world breathes in. You release, and you are released. In the soft architecture of the mind, there hides a builder that never rests the self. It arranges memories like brick stacks, stories into walls, and paints a sign over the door that says, "This is me." Yet when the Buddha sat beneath the Bodhi tree, he saw through that illusion. He realized there was no fixed self, only a river of sensations, perceptions, thoughts, and consciousness, endlessly flowing and changing. The one we call I is merely the meeting point of countless conditions appearing and dissolving like ripples on water. Imagine a candle's flame. At first glance, it seems continuous, but each moment it is being born and dying, shaped by air, wax, and wick. The flame of a moment ago is not the flame you see now, yet you call it the same. So it is with you. The body renews its cells, the mind renews its thoughts, and what you call myself is but a process of constant arising and fading. There is no single unchanging owner behind it all, only the miracle of impermanence at work. A young monk once asked his teacher, "Master, if there is no self, then who suffers, who practices, who is liberated?" The teacher poured tea into 2 cups and said, "The cup holds tea, yet it is not the tea. The tea fills the cup, yet it does not cling to it. When the cup breaks, the tea returns to the earth, the steam to the air. Was there ever truly separation?" The monk watched the steam rise silent as understanding dawned like morning mist. There was no self to lose, only forms to transform. This insight of anatta, no self, is not meant to erase our humanity, but to free us from its tightest knots. When we see that I is not a solid fortress, the walls of pride soften, the doors of compassion swing open. Because when there is no separate self, there is no other either. The boundary between me and you begins to melt. Your joy becomes my joy, your pain my concern. The wave understands it is the ocean, and in that recognition, fear of crashing disappears. We spend much of our lives defending the illusion of self-collecting possessions, protecting reputations, demanding acknowledgement. But every defense only deepens the sense of isolation. The Buddha taught clinging to self is like clutching a burning torch. The tighter you hold, the more you suffer. Letting go doesn't mean disappearing. It means opening enough to see that what you've been protecting was never threatened, for emptiness cannot be harmed. Once a scholar approached a hermit renowned for wisdom. "I've studied all the sutras," he declared, "but still, I cannot understand emptiness." The hermit pointed to a clay pot filled with water. "See this pot? If I break it, where does the water go?" The scholar answered, "It returns to the earth." The hermit smiled. "That is emptiness, not nothingness, but boundless connection." The scholar bowed, for in that simple image, centuries of logic dissolved into clarity. To understand emptiness is to understand fullness, the fullness of interbeing. The cloud becomes rain, the rain becomes river, the river becomes tea in your cup. You drink the cloud without realizing it. So too, the laughter of a friend, the grain of rice in your bowl, the roof above your head, all are results of infinite causes, each dependent on all others. Nothing exists by itself, not even a single breath. When you breathe in, you receive what the trees offer. When you breathe out, you offer what the trees need. This dance of mutual giving is the truth of life itself. If there is no permanent self who is there to compare to envy, to despise, the roots of jealousy and anger begin to lose their soil. When we drop the heavy label me, there is space for kindness to bloom. You no longer need to be better than or less than. You simply are like sunlight on the wall, present sufficient shining, because shining is its nature. A wanderer once asked the Buddha, "Are you a god?" He answered, "No." Then a prophet, "No." Then, "What are you?" The Buddha replied, "I am awake." To be awake means to see through the dream of self. When you wake, the dream does not vanish. You simply stop mistaking it for reality. You still live, love, eat, and work, but with a lighter heart, knowing that all is play within the vastness of existence. In daily life, how do we touch this truth without retreating to a monastery? Begin by noticing how often the word "I" appears in your thoughts. I am right. I was hurt. I deserve better. Each I is like a knot in a rope. To untie it, ask gently, "Who is this I?" Not as philosophy, but as direct inquiry. You'll see thoughts arise, sensations shift, emotions change, but none of them stay long enough to be you. What remains is awareness itself, open, luminous, free. This awareness is not something to create. It is what you already are when the fog of identity lifts. When you act from it, life becomes effortless. Kindness flows without calculation, because there is no giver. Forgiveness comes easily, because there is no one left to hold the grudge. Humility blossoms naturally, because the need to be special dissolves. You realize to be nobody is to be at peace with everything. A raindrop never worries about where it will fall. It trusts gravity, trusts the sky, trusts the cycle. We can live like that, not as isolated drops fearing disappearance, but as parts of the great oceanic heart of life. To see no self is not to vanish. It is to belong utterly. And when belonging deepens, love changes flavor. It no longer says, "I love you because you make me happy," but rather, "May you be free as I am free." That kind of love needs nothing in return. It radiates like sunlight, warming whatever it touches. This is the compassion of an awakened heart. Love without self-interest, care without boundaries. So, dear friend, if one day you feel lost and small, remember the flame in the candle. Remember the cloud in your cup of tea. You are not alone because you were never separate. Every heartbeat is shared with stars and stones, wind and waves. You are the universe briefly aware of itself, and in that realization, all fear fades. Some meetings feel like chance a glance on a crowded street, a midnight conversation, a book that falls open at the right page. Yet in truth, none of them are random. They are the result of countless conditions quietly weaving themselves together through time. The Buddha taught, when conditions come together, things arise. When conditions fall apart, things cease. Nothing comes early, nothing arrives late. Everything unfolds exactly when it is meant to. Once there was a farmer who rescued a small injured bird he found in his field. He nursed it back to health, fed it daily, and one morning opened his palms and let it fly away. Many years later, drought struck his land. His crops withered and hope dried up with them. One afternoon, a flock of birds passed overhead. Among them was one that circled his roof, crying out 3 times before vanishing into the horizon. That evening, rain came pouring down. The farmer wept, not because he believed the bird had returned to repay him, but because he suddenly understood. When you plant even one seed of kindness, the universe always knows how to let it bloom, even after many forgotten seasons. Everything in life, love and loss, joy and grief, is bound by karma and connection. When causes and conditions ripen, something comes into being. When they disperse, it fades. People suffer not because things end, but because they want to keep what has already changed, to hold what no longer belongs. But if we learn to listen to the rhythm of karma, to the breath of life itself, we will see that everything moves in harmony. Birth and death meeting, and parting, rising and falling, all pulsing with the same heartbeat of existence. Sometimes loss simply means that a connection has completed its purpose. Some people come to teach us how to love, others come to teach us how to let go. Some depart to show us that nothing lasts forever, and that's how the heart learns to mature. Every person, every event we encounter, is a teacher in disguise, bringing a lesson that moves us closer to awakening. A young woman once told a Zen master, "I've done everything to keep the one I love, yet he still left." The master smiled and pointed to a flower in the courtyard. "See that blossom? It blooms because of sunlight and rain, but when the sun sets and the rain stops, it withers. Can you blame anyone for that?" The woman fell silent. "You cannot make the flower stay open." The master continued, "But you can learn to admire it while it blooms." Understanding interconnection humbles the heart. Instead of blaming, we begin to feel gratitude. Instead of grasping, we learn to release. Because every meeting, no matter how brief, carries its own sacred gift. Even farewells are not the end of connection. They merely change form, from presence to memory, from words to silence, from touch to wind. And sometimes silence itself is the connection that helps the soul grow. Those who see karma clearly no longer fear loss, because they know loss is also a form of connection. They no longer try to control every outcome, because they know nothing can ever be owned forever. They simply plant good seeds, act with compassion, and allow conditions to unfold. If the time is right, flowers will bloom. If not, the seeds will rest patiently beneath the soil, waiting for the next rain. An awakened being no longer asks, "Why is this happening to me?" Instead, they ask, "What is this here to teach me?" Every challenge becomes a lesson in disguise. Every person who crosses our path is a mirror showing where we still need to learn. When we begin to see through the eyes of karma and connection, the world softens. There is no one left to blame, no reason left to fear, only the gentle flow of life, endlessly arising and ceasing, teaching and healing. And so, when you can smile at someone leaving, watch a door close without resentment, or see a memory fade without pain, that is when you have truly understood karma. Because you know every ending is also the universe arranging another beginning somewhere unseen. Therefore, do not curse the past, and do not chase what has yet to come. Be thankful for what was given, for being able to meet, to love, to lose, to learn, to grow. This is the sacred rhythm of cause and condition, arriving like the wind, leaving like clouds, yet always carrying the fragrance of awakening wherever it goes. One day, when you can sit quietly amid the turning of seasons, watching change without resistance, not hurt, only tenderness, that is the moment you will truly understand the Buddha's teaching. When conditions arise, things arise. When conditions cease, things cease. I am only one passing through the river of existence, learning to smile at each ripple of impermanence. In this world, wisdom without compassion becomes cold, and compassion without wisdom becomes blind. The Buddha's path is not about choosing one over the other. It is about walking with both feet, one called understanding, the other called love. Together, they carry us across the ocean of suffering. When the Buddha looked upon the world, he did not see sinners or saints. He saw beings caught in the web of their own ignorance, acting out of pain they did not yet understand. And because he saw that his heart did not condemn it, embraced. To understand all is to forgive all, for when you truly see the roots of someone's suffering, anger melts into compassion. Once a monk traveling through a village met a man shouting at his wife in fury. People gathered to watch, judging him with disgust. The monk walked closer, placed a hand over his own heart, and bowed to the man. The man stopped shouting, stunned. "Why do you bow to me?" he asked. The monk replied softly, "Because I see your suffering, and I bow to the pain that has made you forget your goodness." The man began to cry, not from shame, but from being seen without judgment for the first time in his life. This is the fragrance of compassion. It does not punish, it understands. It does not rush to fix. It simply stays present until the storm inside another heart begins to calm. Compassion is not pity. It is not saying, "I am above you." It is saying, "I see myself in you." It is the bridge where all illusions of separation dissolve. We often believe compassion is something grand, saving the poor, healing the sick, rescuing the world. But true compassion begins in quiet places, in the way we listen, in the patience we offer, in how gently we speak to someone who is struggling to be understood. Even the simple act of breathing calmly while someone else is angry is a form of compassion. For in that moment, you refuse to add more fire to the flame. The Buddha taught that compassion is the medicine for all afflictions, but to give it one must first drink from the cup themselves. How often do we forget to include ourselves in the circle of kindness? We speak gently to others, yet harshly to our own hearts. We forgive everyone except the one inside our skin. But if you cannot embrace your own wounds, your compassion for others will always be incomplete. Self-compassion is not selfishness. It is the soil from which true empathy grows. There was a woman who came to a monastery every day praying for her son who had died in war. One morning the abbot said, "Your tears have watered enough grief. Now let them water love." She didn't understand. He continued, "Let your pain teach you how many mothers cry as you do tonight." From that day she began visiting homes of other widows, cooking for them, listening to them. In serving others, her wound became a window. The ache did not disappear, it transformed. That is the miracle of compassion. It does not erase suffering. It transforms it into wisdom, A heart that has broken and healed does not become fragile, it becomes spacious. It can hold the world without collapsing. Such a heart no longer asks, "Why me?" but whispers, "May all beings find peace, even those who hurt me." To practice compassion in daily life is to pause before reacting, to breathe before judging, to remember that everyone is fighting a battle we cannot see. The driver who cuts you off may be rushing to the hospital. The colleague who snaps may be drowning in loneliness. The stranger who seems cold may be hiding pain too heavy to name. When we remember this, our anger softens and kindness becomes effortless. Sometimes compassion must be firm. It does not mean allowing harm or tolerating injustice. True compassion can say no. Without hatred, can set boundaries without cruelty. It understands that love without wisdom turns into attachment, and wisdom without love becomes indifference. The middle path is a balance, soft heart, steady spine. In the stillness of meditation, imagine sending love to all beings, those who are joyful, those who are lost, those who have hurt you, those you may never meet. With each breath, silently repeat, "May you be free from suffering. May you know peace." When you do this sincerely, you heal not only the world, but the unseen parts of yourself. Compassion is the pulse of the universe, beating through every life form that has ever breathed. The lotus of compassion blooms from the mud of suffering. Without understanding pain, love remains shallow. But once you have walked through darkness, you no longer fear the pain of others. You become a light for them. The Buddha's smile was not born of ignorance of pain, but of intimacy with it. He had touched the depth of human sorrow and found beneath it the boundless capacity to love. And when you too discover that same wellspring inside your heart, you will see the world anew, not as a battlefield of egos, but as a field of beings searching for light. You will walk, gently speak softly, and listen deeply, because you will know every cry for help, every act of anger, every heartbeat is at its core, just love waiting to remember itself. The Buddha once said, "Do not dwell in the past, do not dream of the future, but observe the present moment carefully." Those words are simple, yet they hold the key to peace that no wealth can buy. For the truth is, most people do not live, they only remember or anticipate. The body sits here, but the mind is scattered across 1,000 yesterdays and tomorrows. Mindfulness is the bridge that brings the two back together, allowing life to truly happen in this breath, in this heartbeat, in this moment. A potter once asked a monk master, "How can I find calm amidst the noise of my work?" The monk watched him mold a pot and said, "Do you see how the clay takes shape under your fingers?" "Yes," replied the potter. "Then stay with that touch," said the monk, "for peace is hidden within your attention." That day, the potter began to notice the texture of the clay, the rhythm of the wheel, the warmth of his breath. The world outside didn't grow quieter, his mind did. Mindfulness is not an escape from life, it is an entrance into life. It teaches us to see the sacred in the ordinary, the sound of water boiling, the feeling of sunlight on skin, the taste of a single grain of rice. When we are mindful, even washing a dish can be a form of prayer. The Buddha compared mindfulness to a lamp in a dark room once lit. Everything becomes clear, and you no longer stumble in confusion. Many of us move through life half awake. We eat without tasting, talk without listening, work without being truly present. We reach for our phones the way a drowning man reaches for air, forgetting that the breath we seek is already here. But the practice of mindfulness gently turns our gaze inward, back to the living miracle that we have always overlooked, the simple fact of being alive. The practice begins with something as humble as breathing. Sit quietly. Feel the air entering, leaving. Don't try to control it, just know that it's happening. The body breathes, the mind watches. The more you stay, the more you see. Thoughts will come like clouds passing through the sky. You don't have to chase or fight them, simply let them pass. The sky never argues with the clouds. Soon, you will notice something beautiful. Beneath all the noise, there is a stillness. It has been there all along, like a lake beneath ripples. That stillness is not something you create. It is what remains when you stop interfering. In that stillness, you meet your true nature, spacious, kind, awake. Mindfulness also reveals the impermanence of all things. When you truly observe a flower, you see not just its beauty, but its fragility. You see how it is already changing. When you eat a piece of fruit mindfully, you taste the sunlight, the rain, the farmer's care, and you realize that nothing exists alone. Each moment becomes a thread in the infinite tapestry of interbeing. In daily life, mindfulness is not limited to meditation. It lives in the pauses between actions, in the way you close a door gently, the way you listen to a child's laughter, the way you take a breath before answering someone in anger. Every pause is a chance to return home. A traveler once asked a hermit, "What do you gain from sitting in silence all day?" The hermit smiled. "Nothing. I lose restlessness, worry, and the illusion that I am separate from life." Mindfulness doesn't add anything to you. It simply reveals what was always pure beneath the dust of distraction. When you walk mindfully, the earth supports each step like a mother holding her child. When you eat mindfully, gratitude blooms for all beings who made that meal possible. When you speak mindfully, your words become medicine instead of weapons. This is how the simple act of awareness transforms the fabric of existence, not through miracles, but through presence. The mind, when untamed, is like a monkey leaping from branch to branch, always restless. But when guided by mindfulness, it becomes like a butterfly, still fragile yet capable of touching the world with lightness. The secret is not to suppress thought, but to befriend it. Each time your mind wanders gently, call it back, not with judgment, but with kindness, as you would a child lost in play. In time, mindfulness turns from a practice into a way of being. You no longer need to remind yourself to be present, you simply are. Each step, each glance, each breath becomes an expression of awareness. You no longer chase happiness, you dwell in it. The awakened ones do not live in another world, they live more fully in this one. They see the same sunrise, the same rain, the same noise of the marketplace. But while others are lost in reaction, they are anchored in presence. The world moves, but they remain still, not frozen, but deeply alive, flowing with everything, yet clinging to nothing. When mindfulness blossoms in you, compassion naturally follows. Because when you are truly present, you see others not as objects of expectation, but as living beings sharing the same fragile breath. You begin to move through life with gentleness, walking slower, speaking softer, listening longer. Friend, mindfulness is not something to achieve. It is something to remember. It is your original home, waiting patiently beneath layers of haste and worry. Return to it, even for a single breath. That single breath can open the gate to freedom. For when you are fully here, not yesterday, not tomorrow, but here, you will realize there is nothing missing. The present moment is not a fragment of life. It is life. And when you live from that truth, peace stops being something you seek and becomes something you embody. There is a deep paradox at the heart of spiritual life. The more we try to hold on, the more we suffer. Yet the moment we learn to release peace appears as naturally as dawn after night. The Buddha did not teach us to stop loving, but to love without chains. Detachment is not indifference. It is love matured by wisdom. It is the art of caring deeply without clinging desperately. A wise monk once told a traveler, "You cannot hold water in your fist. The tighter you grip, the faster it escapes. If you wish to keep it, shape your palm like a cup." The traveler asked, "But what if the cup breaks?" The monk smiled, "Then let the water return to the earth. It was never yours to begin with." This is the essence of detachment, to love like the open palm, not the closed fist. The world teaches us to accumulate possessions, titles, relationships, control. But the Dharma teaches us to release, to live lightly, to give freely, to accept loss as part of the rhythm of existence. In holding nothing, we discover that nothing is missing. Attachment begins subtly. It hides in our desires, whispering, "I'll be happy when I achieve this, when they love me, when life finally becomes what I want." But when is a mirage that moves as we chase it. Detachment brings us back to now. It teaches that happiness is not the reward for control, it is the fruit of surrender. Once a young seeker came to a Zen master and asked, "What is freedom?" The master said, "To be like a bamboo in the wind, rooted but flexible." The seeker frowned. "Does that mean I shouldn't care about anything?" The master shook his head. "It means you care without breaking. To be detached is to remain upright in the storm without needing the storm to stop." In relationships, attachment often disguises itself as love. We say, "I can't live without you," thinking it is affection. But true love says, "I want you to be free even if your path leads away from me." One grasps, the other blesses. One demands, the other gives. Detachment does not kill love, it purifies it. A woman once spent years grieving a marriage that ended. Every day she replayed the moments, trying to understand where she went wrong. One morning she sat by the sea and asked the waves, "Why do you keep returning to the shore only to leave again?" The sea answered through its rhythm, "Because leaving is my way of returning." That day, she understood that letting go was not the end of love. It was its continuation in a new form. The Buddha compared attachment to a boat used to cross a river. Once you reach the other side, you do not carry the boat on your back. You leave it by the shore. What carried you once may become your burden if you cannot release it. This is true of people, beliefs, possessions, and even spiritual practices. Every form is meant to serve until it no longer serves, and then it must be set free. Detachment is not detachment from life. It is detachment within life. You can still own things, just don't let them own you. You can still love, just don't make others responsible for your peace. You can still dream, just don't collapse when life unfolds differently. Like a bird resting on a branch, you trust the sky more than the branch itself. To practice detachment, begin small. When you lose something trivial, a favorite object, a plan, a moment, breathe. Remind yourself, this too is passing. Watch how the mind reacts. Observe how it clings, mourns, resists. Do not judge it. Simply see it. Awareness loosens the knot of attachment. In time, what once caused pain will pass through you, like wind through open curtains. Detachment also means letting go of the stories we tell ourselves. The need to be right, the need to win, the need to be seen. These are the heaviest weights of all. Imagine your life as a sky filled with balloons. each one labeled with your fears, hopes, and identities. Every time you release one, the sky grows clearer. Eventually, you realize you were never the balloon, you were the sky. Some people fear detachment because they mistake it for emptiness. But in truth, it is fullness, the fullness of space, that allows everything to exist without conflict. When you are detached, you can hold joy and sorrow in the same palm. You no longer need to choose. You simply let both flow through. The rain does not resist the wind, and yet it nourishes the earth wherever it falls. There is a story told in old monasteries. A monk was sweeping leaves when another asked, "Why do you work so calmly? Don't you want to finish quickly?" The monk replied, "I do not sweep to finish. I sweep to sweep." Detachment is that doing fully without being bound by the result. Action without expectation. Effort without anxiety. Love without condition. When you live this way, nothing can truly disturb you. Praise and blame lose their sting. Gain and loss become waves of the same sea. You still feel deeply, but you do not drown. You have not become indifferent. You have become vast. So, dear friend, let go not out of carelessness, but out of trust. Trust that what is meant for you will stay, and what is not will make space for something better. Trust that the hands which release are the same hands that can receive. For freedom is not found in having everything, but in needing nothing. The lotus blooms, not because it clings to the water, but because it stands free in it, rooted, radiant, untouched. Life rarely unfolds according to our plans. One moment we feel secure, the next, everything shifts. A sudden loss, an illness, a betrayal, a door that closes before we are ready, each brings a wave we cannot stop. Our first instinct is to fight, to argue with reality, to ask, why me? But the Buddha taught that resistance is the root of all suffering. Pain is inevitable, but suffering is optional. It begins the moment we refuse to accept what already is. Acceptance does not mean weakness or resignation. It is not giving up. It is waking up. It is the quiet recognition that things are as they are not as we wish them to be. It is saying, this moment is here, whether I like it or not. Let me meet it fully, with awareness, not resistance. The river does not curse the rocks in its path. It simply flows around them. So too can we move through life fluid, flexible, and free. There was once a monk who lived by a river that often flooded his hut. Each year he rebuilt it slightly higher, but the river always rose higher still. One year exhausted, he decided to sit in meditation as the water began to rise. "If this is what the river chooses," he said softly, "let it come." The flood entered, soaked his robes, then stopped just below his seat. The monk smiled. In surrender, he had found peace, and ironically, that was the year the river never flooded again. Acceptance is the doorway to peace, because it ends the inner war. When you stop demanding that life be different, energy that was once trapped in resistance becomes available for healing. The wound begins to breathe. The heart, once clenched, opens again. You cannot heal what you keep rejecting. A woman who had lost her only child once asked a Zen teacher, "How can I ever accept this pain?" The teacher poured tea until the cup overflowed. Startled, the woman exclaimed, "It's too much." The teacher replied, "Yes, and yet the cup does not say no. It simply overflows." Tears welled in her eyes. Slowly, she understood. Acceptance doesn't mean the pain vanishes. It means allowing the pain to exist without drowning in it. We live in a world that celebrates control. Control your time. Control your body. Control your emotions. Control your destiny. But control is a fragile illusion. Even the most disciplined person cannot stop the sun from setting, the rain from falling, or the heart from breaking. Acceptance is what remains when control fails. It is the wisdom that whispers, "This too belongs." Imagine a mountain standing firm through all seasons, bathed in sunlight, covered in snow, lashed by rain. The mountain does not chase summer or flee winter. It abides. You too can become that mountain, not because you are unfeeling, but because you have learned to allow. When joy comes, you welcome it. When sorrow comes, you make tea for it. Each emotion is a guest, and acceptance is the home that receives them all. The Buddha taught the practice of equanimity, a balanced mind that neither clings to pleasure nor recoils from pain. To be equanimous is not to be cold. It is to be steady, to see that both joy and suffering are passing clouds in the vastness of the sky. The one who accepts life as it is becomes like that sky, limitless, untouchable, serene. There is a story of an old teacher who was insulted by a soldier. The soldier spat at him, expecting rage. The teacher simply bowed and said, "Thank you." Shocked, the soldier demanded, "Why do you thank me?" The teacher replied, "You have shown me that anger no longer controls me." That night, the soldier could not sleep. The next day, he returned to apologize, tears in his eyes. Acceptance had disarmed what resistance never could. When we resist reality, we suffer twice, once from the pain itself, and again from our refusal to feel it. But when we say, "Yes, this too," the second arrow misses its mark. The first may still hurt, but the heart stays open. That openness is strength, not the strength of steel, but of water which yields yet endures. To practice acceptance, begin where you are. When something goes wrong, pause before reacting. Instead of saying, "This shouldn't happen," try asking, "What is this moment teaching me?" Sometimes it teaches patience. Sometimes it reveals impermanence. Sometimes it simply reminds us that we are human. In any case, it always brings us closer to understanding. Acceptance does not mean you stop seeking change. It means you stop fighting the present in order to create it. You can still act, still speak, still strive, but now your actions arise from clarity, not from desperation. The calm acceptance of what is becomes the fertile soil from which transformation naturally grows. There was once a saying among monks, "When you can let life be exactly as it is, even the sound of rain becomes a teaching." For those who live in resistance, rain is an interruption. For those who live in acceptance, rain is music. The difference is not in the sound, it is in the heart that listens. So, dear friend, when life feels heavy, when nothing goes as you planned, place your hand over your heart and breathe. Whisper gently, "This is what is, and this too shall pass." You are not a victim of circumstance. You are a participant in the dance of causes and conditions. And when you learn to dance with life instead of against it, every step, even the painful ones, becomes graceful. That is the stillness that heals, not the silence of escape, but the silence of deep acceptance, where everything that happens is allowed to belong. In a world that worships speed, patience has become a forgotten art. We rush through meals, conversations, even our moments of rest. We grow impatient not only with others, but with ourselves, impatient to heal, to succeed, to be happy. Yet the Buddha called patience Khanti, one of the highest perfections, for without it, wisdom has no soil to grow in. Patience is not passivity. It is the quiet courage to allow life to unfold in its own rhythm. A farmer once planted a bamboo grove. For years, nothing seemed to happen. No shoots, No leaves, only bare ground. Villagers mocked him, saying, "You've been fooled by dead seeds." Yet the farmer continued watering every day. In the 5th year, the bamboo finally broke through the soil, growing higher than any tree in the village. The roots had been growing all along, hidden strong, preparing for the moment they could rise. So it is with our lives. When results seem invisible, patience is the faith that roots are deepening where the eye cannot see. Patience is the strength to stay present without forcing outcomes. It is the ability to trust time, to believe that even delay and silence have purpose. When a caterpillar wraps itself in darkness, it does not panic, it trusts the process. Likewise, when your path seems uncertain, patience is your cocoon. It shelters your transformation until the wings are ready. There is a saying in Zen, when you sit, just sit. When you eat, just eat. When you wait, just wait. But waiting has become unbearable for many of us. We fill every pause with distraction, messages, scrolling, noise, anything to escape stillness. Yet in truth, the pause is sacred. In nature, everything grows in intervals, day and night, inhale and exhale, tide and ebb. Rushing interrupts the rhythm of life. Patience restores it. The Buddha compared impatience to striking a gong. Before the musician is ready, the sound becomes harsh and meaningless. But when timing and awareness meet, every note becomes harmonious. To be patient is to live in tune with the song of existence. It means knowing that every flower blooms in its own season, and no amount of anxiety can make spring arrive faster. Once a young disciple asked his master, "Why has enlightenment not come to me, though I meditate every day?" The master replied, "Because you wait for it as though it were a guest. Sit as if there is no one to arrive." The next day, the disciple sat without expectation, and in that very moment, peace arrived. Patience is not waiting for things to change. It is changing your relationship with waiting. To cultivate patience, begin with the smallest moments. When you are caught in traffic, when a friend delays, when plans fall apart, breathe. Instead of saying, "Why is this happening to me?" try asking, "What opportunity hides inside this delay?" Maybe it's a chance to rest, to reflect, to simply be. Impatience demands, "Now." Patience whispers, "Here." True patience is born from understanding cause and effect. Everything ripens when its conditions are ready, not a moment sooner. You cannot rush the sunrise or force a seed to sprout. The wise do not argue with time. They walk beside it. Each event, even the unwelcome ones, is a teacher wearing a different face. In relationships, patience becomes tenderness. People open their hearts slowly, just as flowers open to light. If you pull the petals apart, you destroy what you wish to see. But if you wait, the fragrance comes to you naturally. Patience gives love the space to breathe. Patience with yourself is perhaps the hardest lesson. We scold our hearts for not healing fast enough, for not being perfect, for still trembling with doubt. But remember, even the Buddha took countless lifetimes to awaken. The seed of enlightenment is already in you. It only needs time and nurturing to bloom. Each stumble, each delay is part of your ripening. A monk once watched a child trying to fill a bucket with water using a leaking ladle. "Why don't you fix it?" the monk asked. The child smiled. "Because the water still cools my hands while it leaks." The monk bowed. In that instant, he saw the essence of patience, to find beauty, even in imperfection, to appreciate the journey, even when the goal seems out of reach. Patience transforms suffering into serenity. It teaches us that storms pass, not because we fight them, but because we outlast them. Time, like a gentle teacher, reveals everything. You need not rush to understand. As the old proverb says, the fruit that ripens slowly is the sweetest. So when life delays, you don't curse the waiting. Sit with it. Let silence do its work. Trust that unseen forces are aligning. Perhaps the universe is not saying, no, only not yet. And one day when the waiting ends, you will look back and see that patience was never empty. It was preparing you. Every pause was a page being written. Every still moment was the world turning quietly in your favor. Be patient, friend, with the world, with others, with yourself. The river reaches the ocean not by speed, but by steadfastness. The flower blooms not by effort, but by readiness. Your peace too will arrive gently in its own perfect time. There is a wound that time alone cannot heal, the wound of resentment. It festers quietly, disguised as righteousness, as pride, as pain we feel justified in keeping. But as the Buddha said, holding on to anger is like grasping a burning coal with the intent of throwing it at another. You are the one who gets burned. To forgive is not to excuse what was done. It is to stop burning yourself. Forgiveness does not begin with others. It begins with the heart that has suffered. When someone hurts us, a part of our mind begins to replay the injury again and again, like a hand touching a scar to make sure it's still there. We think we are protecting ourselves, but in truth, we are keeping the wound open. To forgive is to say, I will no longer let this pain define my story. It is the decision to heal, even when justice or apology never come. A monk once told a parable. Two travelers crossed a muddy river. One carried a woman on his back to help her across. Later, his companion scolded him, "We monks should not touch women." The first monk replied, "I set her down at the riverbank. Why are you still carrying her?" So it is with grudges. The event is over, but we keep carrying it in our hearts, exhausting ourselves under its weight. Forgiveness is simply putting it down. Many people believe forgiveness is weakness, that it means letting someone get away with what they've done. But forgiveness is not about them. It is about you. It is about reclaiming your freedom from the prison of bitterness. The person who hurt you may never change, but your peace no longer depends on their remorse. You forgive not because they deserve peace, but because you do. Sometimes the hardest person to forgive is yourself. We all carry regrets, words we cannot take back, choices we would undo if we could. We replay those moments as if punishing ourselves could rewrite the past. But the Buddha taught no one in the entire universe deserves your compassion more than you. To forgive yourself is not to deny your mistakes. It is to stop condemning a person who has already learned from them. You too are a being still unfolding. A woman once visited a teacher, tears running down her face. "I can't forgive myself for what I've done," she said. The teacher handed her a cup filled with muddy water. "Set it down," he said. She did. After a while, the mud settled and the water became clear. "See," said the teacher, "forgiveness is not forcing clarity. It is allowing stillness. Stop shaking the cup." The woman bowed, her heart lighter than it had been in years. Forgiveness requires courage, the courage to feel your pain fully and still choose not to pass it on. It means saying, "This ends with me." It is the act of breaking a chain that could have continued for generations. The Buddha once met a murderer named Angulimala, who had killed hundreds. Yet when the man saw the Buddha's compassion, his heart broke open, and he became a monk. Even the darkest soul can turn toward the light. If the Buddha could forgive a murderer, surely we can learn to forgive those who have simply been unkind. But forgiveness doesn't mean forgetting. It means remembering without poison. It means you can recall the past and still feel peace in the present. You can see the scar and no longer ache. The memory remains, but it no longer controls you. Forgiveness also grows through understanding. When we see that those who hurt us often act from their own suffering, anger transforms into compassion. This doesn't excuse their behavior. It simply reveals its roots. A person drowning in pain cannot help but flail. When you see this clearly, you stop trying to punish the drowning. Instead, you wish they learned to swim. Practicing forgiveness can begin in silence. Close your eyes and bring to mind the one who caused you pain. Feel the hurt, honestly, don't hide from it. Then, as you breathe out, whisper inwardly, "May you be free from ignorance and suffering." You might not feel ready to mean it at first. That's okay. The heart will catch up with the words in time. Forgiveness is a process, not a moment. In the same way, visualize yourself the one who has also stumbled, also hurt others. With the same breath whisper, "May I be free from guilt. May I be free from shame. May I learn from my mistakes and begin again." This is self-forgiveness, the most radical act of healing. One day, as you continue this practice, you may notice a strange lightness. The weight you've carried for years will begin to dissolve. You'll realize that forgiveness was never about changing the past, but about releasing the present from its chains. There is a Buddhist saying, "Hatred never ends through hatred, but only through love." The fire cannot put itself out by burning brighter. It extinguishes when we stop feeding it. So too, the flames of resentment fade the moment we stop fueling them with our attention. Forgiveness is the soil where peace takes root. It softens even the hardest heart and allows compassion to bloom again. When you forgive, you are not saying, "What happened was right." You are saying, "I choose not to suffer anymore." You are setting yourself free. And as forgiveness deepens, you begin to see that there was never truly an enemy at all, only fellow travelers, each learning through mistakes, each seeking happiness in clumsy ways. You bow to them, not in surrender, but in understanding. Forgive often, forgive gently, forgive completely. The world will not change overnight, but your heart will. And that, dear friend, is where all change begins. There is a simple truth the Buddha often reminded his followers. A thankful heart is a happy heart. Gratitude is not a feeling reserved for special occasions. It is a way of seeing. When we learn to see through grateful eyes, every breath becomes a miracle, every ordinary day a blessing. Yet most people wander through life blind to the gifts that surround them, always chasing what's missing while ignoring what's already enough. A man once complained to a monk, "My life is full of problems. I have nothing to be grateful for." The monk silently handed him a cup of water. "Is this water good?" he asked. The man nodded. "Then drink it slowly," the monk said. "While you can still swallow, while your hands can still hold the cup, while your eyes can still see the light through it, you have reasons for gratitude." The man bowed his head, tears forming. For the first time in years, he tasted water as if it were nectar. Gratitude is not about ignoring pain or pretending everything is perfect. It is about finding light even within darkness. It says, "Yes, life is difficult, and still there is beauty here." Gratitude transforms what we have into enough, and what we take for granted into grace. In every moment, something quietly supports us, the air filling our lungs, the sun warming our skin, the earth holding our weight. We rarely thank them, yet they ask for nothing. The Buddha taught that to live in awareness of interbeing is to naturally live in gratitude. For when you see that every meal, every breath, every smile is made possible by countless causes, the farmer, the rain, the soil, the stranger, how can you not bow to life itself? There was once a blind musician who played the flute in the marketplace. Each morning, he began with the same prayer. "Thank you for the chance to play one more day," someone asked. "But what do you have to be thankful for? You cannot see." The musician smiled. "I can hear the laughter of children, the rustle of wind, the rhythm of footsteps I see through sound." His life, though simple, was full, for he knew that gratitude is not about what you lack, but about what you notice. Gratitude and mindfulness walk hand in hand. When you are truly present, gratitude arises naturally because you finally see. The taste of fruit, the voice of a friend, the quiet space between heartbeats, all become sacred. When you live in gratitude, you no longer need more. You simply need to notice. Often people wait for big things to feel thankful, success, wealth, recognition. But gratitude begins in the small things, the softness of a pillow, the first breath of morning, the chance to begin again. It's easy to forget that somewhere, someone is praying for what you already have. Even suffering can become a teacher of gratitude. The sick learn to appreciate health. The lonely learn to value connection. The grieving learn to cherish every heartbeat. Gratitude does not erase sorrow, it redeems it. It reminds us that even in pain, there are gifts, resilience, compassion, understanding. A young woman once asked a Zen master, "How can I practice gratitude when everything seems to be falling apart?" The master replied, "When the roof leaks, be thankful for the rain that reminds you you're alive. When the heart breaks, be thankful for love's lesson. When the night is long, be thankful for the dawn that always returns." Gratitude does not depend on conditions, it deepens through them. Try this simple practice each morning before you rise. Name 3 things you are thankful for. Not grand things, small ones. The warmth of your bed, the sound of breathing, the fact that you have one more day to love and to learn. Gratitude is like watering a plant. What you nurture grows. As you keep naming blessings, you will notice more appear. Not because life suddenly becomes perfect, but because your perception becomes awake. At night before sleeping, reflect again. What did life give me today? You may find that even on the hardest days, something gentle remained: a smile, a breeze, a lesson. Gratitude does not change your circumstances, but it changes the way you meet them. It shifts your focus from scarcity to abundance, from complaint to wonder. Gratitude also bridges relationships. When we thank others sincerely, we affirm the goodness in them, and goodness grows stronger when acknowledged. A simple thank you said with awareness can mend what long explanations cannot. It softens hearts, dissolves distance, and restores warmth where silence had grown cold. There is a Zen saying, "When you truly see a flower, you bow." Gratitude is that bow, an act of reverence for existence itself. It is the heart kneeling not out of duty, but out of awe. The more you practice gratitude, the more life opens. You begin to see that even the things you once called obstacles were gifts in disguise. The delay that taught you patience, the heartbreak that taught you love's depth, the loss that taught you impermanence. Gratitude turns every event into a teacher. When gratitude becomes your natural way of seeing, peace follows effortlessly. You stop measuring life in terms of gain and loss. Instead, you marvel at its flow. You no longer say, "Why me?" You whisper, "Thank you." So friend, begin today. Thank your breath for keeping you alive. Thank the earth for holding your steps. Thank the challenges that shaped your strength. Thank the people who left, for they made room for wisdom to enter. And when you can thank even the storm for teaching you how to dance, then you will know gratitude is not a reaction, it is a way of being. It is the highest form of prayer and the quietest form of joy. Among the countless teachings of the Buddha, few shine as quietly as humility. While the world praises ambition and achievement, humility bows to the simple truth of interdependence. It knows that no matter how high a mountain stands, it still rests on the earth. No matter how bright a flame burns, it still depends on air. To be humble is not to think less of oneself. It is to see oneself clearly as part of something vast and sacred. A proud student once came to a master saying, "I've studied many scriptures and meditated for years. I think I'm close to enlightenment." The master poured him tea until the cup overflowed. The student gasped, "Stop it spilling." The master replied, "Like this cup, you are full. How can I pour anything in?" The student lowered his head. That day he began to understand wisdom enters only the empty mind. Humility is not weakness. It is spaciousness, the openness to keep learning, the willingness to be wrong, the quiet strength to bow when ego wants to stand tall. The humble heart listens deeply, speaks gently, and acts without needing applause. In humility, the self dissolves into service. The I becomes we. The Buddha himself, though revered by kings and peasants alike, never claimed divinity. When asked who he was, he said simply, "I am awake." He did not build temples for himself or demand followers. He walked barefoot among villagers, accepting alms with gratitude. His greatness lay not in his power, but in his absence of pride. He was vast because he was empty, like the sky that holds both sun and storm without judgment. Humility begins when we stop comparing. The ego thrives on measurement, richer or poorer, smarter or slower, praised or ignored. But comparison is the thief of peace. When we stop asking, "Am I better?" or "Am I enough?" we begin to rest in being. The flower does not compete with the tree. The moon does not envy the sun. Each simply fulfills its nature. That is humility, to shine without boasting, to grow without claiming, to love without expecting return. There was once a young monk assigned to clean the temple's latrine. He grumbled, "Why must I do such lowly work?" An old monk smiled and replied, "Because your mind still divides clean from unclean." The young monk said nothing, but in silence he began to scrub. Over time, as he worked with care, he noticed something change. The more he served, the lighter he felt. He began to realize that the true filth was not on the floor, but in his pride. Years later, when visitors praised the fragrance of the temple, he bowed quietly, for he had learned that humility purifies more than any incense. In life, humility allows us to meet others as equals. When we bow to someone, we are not lowering ourselves, we are recognizing the sacredness in them. The Buddha taught that every being, from the smallest insect to the highest deity, carries the seed of awakening. To look down on anyone is to look away from that truth. Humility also protects us from arrogance disguised as wisdom. Sometimes, after learning a little, we think we know everything. But true wisdom always carries the scent of wonder. It asks, "What else can I learn?" The wise remain students forever. They kneel not because they are lesser, but because they see more clearly how vast life truly is. The Zen masters used to say, "When the bell rings, it is not the sound that is holy, but the silence that receives it." Humility is that silence. It makes space for truth to echo. Without humility, even the most beautiful teachings become noise. In relationships, humility softens conflict. It allows us to say I was wrong or I understand. Pride builds walls. Humility builds bridges. It listens instead of defending, apologizes instead of attacking. It does not need to win, it seeks to connect. The humble person does not lose dignity by bowing. They gain peace. There was once a king who sought enlightenment. He visited a hermit in the forest and asked for guidance. The hermit gave him a bowl of clear water and said, "Look." The king saw his reflection proud and jeweled. The hermit stirred the water, and the reflection vanished. "This," he said, "is your mind. When stirred by pride, you cannot see truth. Let it settle." The king bowed, understanding that to lead wisely, he must first learn to bow before life itself. Humility frees us from the exhausting need to be someone special. It whispers, "You are not above or below anyone. You are simply part of this great unfolding." When we stop trying to shine, we begin to glow naturally. When we stop trying to be noticed, we start to see everything. To practice humility, begin by saying, "Thank you" more often to those who help you, and even to those who challenge you. Each person who crosses your path is a teacher, revealing some part of your own heart. Remember that nothing you achieve is yours alone. Every success stands on unseen hands, countless causes, and shared effort. When you walk, remember the ground beneath your feet. When you eat, remember the farmer, the rain, the sun. When you breathe, remember the trees that exhale your life. The more you remember your interconnection, the softer the ego becomes. Gratitude naturally ripens into humility. The lotus, though rooted in mud, never claims the purity of its bloom. It simply rises quietly. Be like that lotus, beautiful, not because you boast, but because you bloom. In the end, humility is not about bowing your head. It is about opening your heart. It is knowing that you are both small as a drop and vast as the ocean. When you understand this, pride dissolves, and all that remains is reverence, a deep, wordless awe for the mystery of existence. Long ago, before his enlightenment, the Buddha lived both sides of human experience. As a prince, he had every luxury, fine food, silk garments, music, and comfort, yet his heart felt hollow. Later, he renounced everything, starving himself with severe ascetic practices until his body was weak and near death. One morning, as he sat beneath the shade of a tree, he heard a lute being tuned nearby. The musician said, "If the string is too tight, it will break. If too loose, it will not play." At that moment, the Buddha smiled. He had found the key, the middle path, the way between indulgence and denial, effort and ease, self and selflessness. The middle path is not a compromise. It is a deep understanding of balance. It teaches us that peace does not live in extremes, but in harmony. To walk it is to be like a bird with two wings, wisdom and compassion, each balancing the other so the flight remains steady. Without balance, even good intentions can become suffering. The world often pushes us to the edges, to do more, achieve more, feel more, possess more. We chase success until we collapse, or we withdraw from life thinking detachment means escape. The Buddha taught neither clinging nor rejecting brings peace. The art of living is knowing how to stay centered amid both abundance and loss. A young monk once asked his teacher, "Master, how do I know when I am walking the middle path?" The teacher smiled and said, "When you can sit in the sun without craving its warmth, and in the rain without cursing its cold." To live in balance is to stop demanding the world to match our moods. It is to flow with the seasons rather than resist them. The middle path invites us to approach all things with moderation: speech, thought, desire, even virtue. Too much discipline leads to rigidity. Too much pleasure leads to delusion. A balanced life is not one without passion, but one guided by awareness. The flame that burns too fiercely dies quickly. The one tended with care lights the night for a long time. In practice, the middle path means knowing when to act and when to be still, when to speak and when to listen, when to hold and when to let go. It asks us to live with mindfulness instead of impulse, to recognize that every truth has many sides and every step has its rhythm. There was once a man who wanted to meditate perfectly. He forced himself to sit for long hours, denying food and rest, until he fell ill. When his teacher found him, she said gently, "You are trying to row the boat upstream against the current. Let the river help you." When he allowed the breath to lead instead of controlling it, peace came naturally. Balance, not force, opens the gate to awakening. The middle path is not only a teaching for monks, it is a compass for everyday life. In work, it means giving your best without becoming consumed by ambition. In relationships, it means loving deeply without losing yourself. In emotions, it means feeling fully without drowning in feeling. To walk the middle path is to live wisely engaged, yet unattached, caring, yet calm. Modern life glorifies extremes, endless striving, endless distraction. But the wise know that true happiness is quiet, like water flowing evenly through a stream. It does not rush, it does not stagnate, it nourishes all it touches. You do not need to flee the world to find peace. You only need to walk through it with balance. A mother once asked the Buddha, "How can I raise my son wisely?" He replied, "Teach him not to be afraid of failure and not to be drunk with success." This is the middle path, the ability to stand steady through praise and blame, victory and loss. When you are centered, the winds of life can blow from any direction, but they cannot topple you. To live in balance also means to balance effort and rest. Even the most dedicated practitioner must sleep. Even the most diligent heart must play. The Buddha taught that rest is not laziness, it is renewal. A bow kept constantly bent will lose its strength. So too with the human spirit. The middle path allows us to sustain our journey with gentleness. In spiritual practice, balance means walking between faith and inquiry. Too much belief without understanding becomes superstition. Too much doubt without openness becomes cynicism. The path to wisdom is neither blind devotion nor cold logic, but a harmony between heart and mind. The middle path also teaches balance between self and others. Too much focus on oneself leads to isolation. Too much self-sacrifice leads to exhaustion. Compassion begins with caring for oneself rightly, then extending that care outward. You cannot pour from an empty cup. Balance keeps both the giver and the gift alive. Once a king asked a monk, "What is the highest wisdom?" The monk replied, "To live so that when you are praised, you do not fly, and when you are blamed, you do not fall." Balance gives birth to dignity, a quiet strength that is neither pride nor submission. The middle path is not a destination, but a rhythm, a dance between opposites. Some days, you will lean too far one way, toward indulgence, toward austerity, toward desire, toward doubt. That is natural. The practice is simply to notice and return, again and again, to the center. Like a walker regaining balance after each step, you learn through falling and rising. Friend, balance does not mean dullness. It is the most alive way to live, awake to both joy and sorrow, seeing beauty in impermanence, finding peace in motion. When you walk the middle path, life stops being a battle of opposites and becomes a song of harmony. So walk gently, eat with awareness, work with care, love with freedom, rest without guilt. Let every step be steady, every breath balanced between effort and ease, for in the stillness between extremes, truth reveals itself not as something distant, but as the quiet pulse of your own heart. Once a monk was asked, "Master, what is happiness?" He smiled and replied, "Happiness is the space between two desires." The listener was puzzled, but over time the truth unfolded. As long as the mind keeps chasing the next thing, joy remains a stranger. But when we pause, when we stop running, happiness reveals itself, quiet, steady, and already here. The Buddha taught that the cause of suffering is craving, the endless wanting that whispers, "Just one more thing and I'll be content." Yet each time we get what we wanted, another desire sprouts like a weed after rain. The heart becomes a cup with no bottom. To find joy, we must learn the art of enough. There was once a fisherman who lived by the sea. Each morning, he caught just enough fish for his family and spent the rest of the day sitting by the shore playing his flute. A wealthy merchant saw him and said, "Why don't you catch more fish? You could buy more boats, hire workers, build a business." The fisherman asked, "And what then?" "Then you could retire and rest by the sea." The fisherman smiled, "But I am already resting by the sea." Simplicity is not about poverty, it is about clarity. It is knowing what truly nourishes the heart and letting go of what doesn't. When you live simply, joy multiplies, not because you have more, but because you finally see more. The mind unclutters and gratitude becomes natural. Modern life often equates joy with abundance, more possessions, more experiences, more validation. But real joy is light. It doesn't weigh you down. The happiest people are not those who have the most, but those who need the least. They live like rivers, taking what comes, letting go of what passes, content with their own current. There was once a young woman who visited a nun known for her serenity. She expected to find a grand temple, but found instead a tiny hut with one bowl, one mat, and one candle. "Where are your things?" the woman asked. The nun smiled. "Where are yours?" The visitor replied, "I'm just passing through." The nun nodded. "So am I." When we remember that life itself is a passing journey, simplicity becomes natural. We stop building fortresses of possessions and start building gardens of presence. We no longer measure worth in what we own, but in how lightly we walk upon the earth. Simplicity also heals the mind. When the senses are overloaded, clarity fades. When desires multiply, peace retreats. The Buddha compared an untrained mind to a lamp flickering in the wind, unable to shine steadily. But when you simplify your life, when you eat with awareness, speak with sincerity, and rest with gratitude, the lamp steadies and the light of joy fills the room. Joy in simplicity is not laziness or withdrawal. It is living deliberately, choosing what matters and releasing what does not. It is saying no to noise so you can hear the birds, no to hurry so you can feel your breath, no to clutter so the heart can be free. Each no to distraction is a yes to peace. Try this: pick one thing each day to do, slowly drinking tea, walking, washing your hands. Notice its texture, its sound, its rhythm. You'll find that the smallest act, when done with awareness, contains more joy than the grandest achievement done in haste. Simplicity is not in the thing, it's in the way you meet the thing. There's a story told about an old monk who tended a small garden at the monastery. One morning, a visitor watched him sweeping leaves for hours. Master, the visitor said, surely someone else could do this for you. The monk looked up and replied, yes, but then who would enjoy it? Simplicity transforms even labor into delight, because the humble act itself becomes enough. The mind that learns contentment becomes invincible. Nothing external can disturb its joy, because its roots lie deep in awareness. When you stop chasing after what you lack, you begin to see what has always been here. Sunlight on water, laughter in the distance, your own heartbeat quietly serving you each moment. The Buddha once said, health is the greatest gift, contentment, the greatest wealth, trust, the best relationship, and nirvana, the highest joy. Contentment is not the result of getting what you want. It's the recognition that you already have what you need. In relationships, simplicity allows love to breathe. Instead of demanding grand gestures, we begin to cherish the small ones, a look, a word, a hand held in silence. When expectations fade, appreciation blossoms. We stop asking others to fill our emptiness and instead share from fullness. Love becomes not a transaction, but a quiet gratitude for existing together. Simplicity also reconnects us to nature. When you walk in the forest, you see how nothing tries to be more than it is. The tree stands where it was planted. The river flows without complaint. The bird sings without an audience. This is the way of the universe, uncomplicated, spontaneous, sufficient. We suffer only when we forget how to be natural. To live simply does not mean you renounce beauty or comfort. It means you renounce excess, the unnecessary noise, the endless comparison, the clutter of mind that says, I need more to be happy. When you clear that space, joy slips in quietly like morning light through an open window. The wise say, when you own less, you see more. When you desire less, you feel more. Joy hides not in grand discoveries, but in rediscovering what you've overlooked. The simplest things, the breath, a smile, a shared meal, hold the deepest truths. So, dear friend, look around you. What if happiness has been waiting not at the mountain's peak, but in the path beneath your feet? What if you have already arrived, only forgotten to notice? Sit down, breathe, and see. The miracle is here in this very moment, simple and complete. For when the heart says, this is enough, the universe whispers back, you are free. Change it, is the first lesson the Buddha saw when he left his palace, and the last truth every being must one day bow to. The newborn grows old, the blossom fades, the mountain crumbles, and even stars burn out in silence. Impermanence is not a tragedy, it is the pulse of existence itself. Without it, nothing could live, nothing could evolve, nothing could begin again. Yet most of our suffering arises because we resist it. We build walls around fleeting moments and call them forever. We cling to what pleases us and push away what doesn't, as though the tides could be commanded by our desire. But the Buddha's awakening began the moment he stopped fighting what is natural. He saw that to live fully is to flow with change, not against it. A teacher once held up a cup and said to his students, "This cup is already broken." The students stared in confusion. The teacher smiled. "I drink from it, I admire it, but I know one day it will fall and shatter. Knowing this, I enjoy it fully now, without fear, without grasping." That is the heart of wisdom, to see impermanence not as loss, but as the very condition of beauty. Every sunset owes its splendor to its ending. Every melody moves us because it cannot last. We cherish life because it is fragile. Impermanence is not our enemy. It is the truth that teaches us to love deeply, to act kindly, to forgive quickly, to live awake. A monk once asked his master, "How can I find peace in a world that is always changing?" The master pointed to a flowing river and said, "By realizing that you are not apart from the flow." The monk watched the water move, shimmering, restless, endless, and slowly understood. The river did not fear change. Change was its nature. And so it is with us. Everything you love is changing, and that is what makes it precious. The people you cherish will one day leave, not out of betrayal, but because life moves. The body that carries you will one day falter, not as punishment, but as part of the same rhythm that lets a flower bloom and wither. If you can bow to this truth instead of denying it, your sorrow will turn to tenderness, your fear to freedom. There was once a sculptor who carved an exquisite statue from ice. When it began to melt, he tried to preserve it, covering it with cloth, moving it to the shade, begging the sun for mercy. But still, it melted. Finally, he sat beside it, watching the water drip away, and whispered, "Thank you." Later, he began carving again, this time in snow, knowing it too would vanish. When a visitor asked why he continued, the sculptor said, "Because even melting is beautiful." To embrace impermanence is to live in constant gratitude. It is to see that everything you hold dear is on loan from the universe, your loved ones, your talents, your breath. You are a custodian of moments, not their owner. When you understand this, you stop clinging and start cherishing. You stop fearing the end and start honoring the now. Even our pain changes. No grief stays forever. No joy remains fixed. The heart that breaks today will beat stronger tomorrow. Like the moon that waxes and wanes, your emotions rise and fall, but the sky of awareness remains untouched. When you rest in that awareness, you are free. In meditation, you can watch impermanence unfold directly. Sit quietly and observe your breath. Each inhale arises, each exhale fades. Thoughts appear and vanish like ripples on water. Sensations shift, dissolve, return. There is nothing to hold on to, and yet everything is perfectly whole. This is life, a continuous dance of arising and passing. The Buddha once said, "All conditioned things are like dreams, bubbles, shadows, dew, and lightning, thus should one see them." He did not mean that life is meaningless, but that it is fragile, shimmering, and to be lived with awareness. The fragility of things is not a flaw, it is their poetry. When we forget impermanence, we live in fear. Fear of losing, fear of aging, fear of death. But when we remember impermanence, fear transforms into appreciation. We realize we have no time to hate, no reason to postpone love. Every encounter becomes sacred because we know it will never happen again in the same way. A mother once asked her dying child, "Are you afraid?" The child smiled faintly and said, "No, mother. It's just another beginning." In those simple words lies the wisdom of countless lifetimes. Death is not an end. It is change continuing its song. What seems to disappear is only shifting form. The cloud becomes rain. The rain becomes river. The river becomes ocean. Nothing truly dies. It transforms. Impermanence also teaches us compassion. When we see that everything changes, we stop holding grudges. We understand that the one who hurt us yesterday may be different today, that the angry person may be soft tomorrow. When we know that all hearts are in motion, forgiveness flows naturally. In the end, to accept impermanence is to fall in love with reality as it is. You stop waiting for life to be stable and start dancing with its uncertainty. You taste the fleeting and find it sweet. You learn to whisper, "Thank you" to each moment, not because it lasts, but because it ever existed at all. So friend, do not fear change. Let it be your teacher, your sculptor, your song. Let it shape you the way wind shapes stone, slowly, tenderly, truthfully. For everything that comes into your life was meant to pass through, not to stay. And in the passing, you will find the beauty that never fades, the stillness that watches all things rise and fall and smiles. One of the most profound teachings of the Buddha is this: know thyself, and you shall be free. Yet to know oneself does not mean to gather labels or titles. It means to see clearly the river of thoughts, emotions, and desires that constantly flows through the mind without mistaking any of it for the whole of who we are. True awareness is like holding a mirror to your own being, not to judge the reflection, but to understand it. A young seeker once asked a monk master, "How do I find myself?" The monk replied, "Stop running away from yourself." The seeker frowned, "But I'm not running." The monk smiled. Every time you distract yourself from discomfort, every time you hide behind words, every time you blame others, that is running. The seeker bowed. From that day, he began to watch his mind as one might watch clouds drifting across the sky, curious, gentle, unattached. Self-awareness is the beginning of transformation. We cannot change what we do not see. When we turn the light of awareness inward, our habits, fears, and illusions come into view not as enemies, but as teachers. Each reaction reveals a wound. Each attachment reveals a longing. Each moment of anger shows where love is still waiting to grow. Awareness doesn't fix you, it frees you. The Buddha compared the untrained mind to a wild elephant. It runs where it pleases, trampling peace wherever it goes. But when the elephant is trained through awareness, its power becomes noble, strong, steady, and kind. So too with our minds, awareness does not destroy thoughts. It gently guides them. There was a time when a disciple complained to his teacher, "I meditate every day, but my mind still wanders." The teacher asked, "Where does it wander to?" "Everywhere," said the disciple. The teacher smiled. "Then you are aware. The wandering is not the problem, the forgetting is." True awareness is not about stilling the mind, but about remembering that you are watching. Even restlessness can become meditation when seen clearly. Self-awareness is the art of looking without judging. The moment we label something good or bad, we stop seeing it as it is. But awareness sees without distortion, like a calm lake reflecting the sky. When anger arises, it simply notes anger. When sadness comes, it says sadness. Nothing to fight, nothing to hide. Over time, the act of observation dissolves identification. You are not the anger. You are the awareness that notices it. Modern life pulls us outward towards screens, conversations, tasks, and goals until we forget the quiet terrain inside. Self-awareness brings us home. It reminds us that the true temple is not built of stone, but of stillness. You do not need to travel far to find peace. You only need to stop and listen. Spend a few moments each day observing your inner world without commentary. Sit in silence and ask yourself, what am I feeling right now? Not why or how can I fix it, just what is here. It may be restlessness, boredom, anxiety, or peace. Whatever it is, meet it like an old friend. Awareness grows not through control, but through compassion. A woman once said to her teacher, "I am afraid of what I'll find if I look inside." The teacher replied, "Do not fear the darkness, it is only light you haven't seen yet." Indeed, when we dare to face ourselves honestly, we discover that beneath the noise of fear and desire, there is an unshakable quiet, a witness untouched by the storms it observes. The Buddha called this witness sati, the quality of mindfulness that remembers to remember. It is the flame that never flickers, even when the winds of life blow strong. When you live from this awareness, you no longer get lost in stories. Thoughts may come, emotions may roar, but you remain anchored, watching, learning, free. Through awareness, you begin to see patterns, how a harsh word tightens your chest, how loneliness seeks distraction, how craving leads to exhaustion. Each insight is a doorway. You step through one and another appears. Slowly, the maze of unconscious living becomes a garden of conscious choice. You stop reacting and start responding. You stop blaming and start understanding. In relationships, self-awareness transforms the way we love. Instead of expecting others to complete us, we begin to see that they mirror our inner world. The impatience we feel toward them often reflects our impatience with ourselves. The peace we find within spills outward naturally. We learn to listen without agenda, to speak without armor, to forgive without pride. There is a story of a monk who spent years seeking enlightenment. One day his teacher handed him a mirror. "What is this for?" he asked. The teacher said, "To meet the one you've been avoiding." He stared at his reflection for a long time, at the lines, the eyes, the unspoken fatigue, and finally whispered, "Ah, there you are." In that simple recognition, the search ended. Awareness is not something you gain. It is what remains when distraction fades. It is not an achievement. It is your natural state. Beneath the stories you tell about who you are, the successes, the failures, the hopes, the regrets, there is a still consciousness quietly watching. That is your true home. To live with self-awareness is to live awake to your breath, your thoughts, your actions, your impact. You no longer sleepwalk through your days driven by habit. You walk gently, seeing each step for what it is, a moment of choice, a chance to be present. Friend, you do not need to become anything more to be free. You only need to see clearly what you already are. Awareness is both the path and the destination. It is the candle and the flame, the watcher and the watched. So take a deep breath. Look within, not to fix, but to understand. The mirror is waiting. What you see there is not imperfection. It is truth, shining patiently, waiting for you to notice. And when you do, you'll realize that the journey was never about becoming. It was about remembering. Courage in the light of the Buddha's teaching is not the absence of fear. It is the wisdom to walk hand in hand with it. Most people think bravery means slaying dragons, conquering enemies, or standing tall against danger. But the greatest act of courage is far quieter. It is facing yourself honestly, without running away. It is sitting still in the storm of your own heart and saying, "This too I will understand." When Siddhartha left his palace, he did not seek adventure. He sought truth. He walked away from comfort, not because he despised it, but because he sensed that safety without truth is another kind of prison. He faced hunger, loneliness, and doubt, yet he kept walking. That is courage, the willingness to meet uncertainty with an open heart. A disciple once confessed to his teacher, "I am afraid of pain, of loss, of death." The teacher replied, "Then fear them fully." Confused, the disciple asked, "How can I do that?" The teacher said, "Close your eyes and let the fear come. Don't escape. Don't fight. Let it show its face." The disciple trembled as waves of terror rose and fell. After a while, he opened his eyes. The teacher asked, "Where is your fear now?" The disciple whispered, "It has changed." Into what? The teacher smiled. Into understanding. Fear is not your enemy. It is your invitation. It is the guard standing at the gate of transformation, testing your readiness. When you run from fear, it grows larger. When you turn toward it, it reveals its lessons. Often fear points directly to where freedom is waiting. The Buddha taught that all fear arises from attachment, from the illusion that something can be truly lost. We fear losing our health, our loved ones, our identity, because we cling to them as permanent. But when you see that all things are in motion, that nothing truly belongs to anyone, fear begins to soften. You learn to trust the flow. There was once a monk who meditated alone in the forest. One night a storm came, and he heard a tiger growling nearby. His body trembled, his breath quickened, and panic filled his mind. But then, remembering his master's words, he whispered, "If fear is here, let fear be my guest." He sat motionless as the rain poured down. When morning came, he saw that the tiger had gone, but something else had gone too, the illusion that he was powerless. Courage in the Buddhist path is not reckless. It does not mean ignoring fear or denying danger. It means acting with awareness despite them. It is the steady flame that continues to burn even when the wind howls. It is saying yes to life in all its uncertainty. We often think courage requires great strength, but true courage often wears the face of gentleness, the courage to forgive when you could hate to love again after heartbreak, to keep compassion alive in a world that wounds. To live kindly in unkind times is one of the bravest things a human being can do. Once a king asked the Buddha, "What is the greatest victory?" The Buddha replied, "To conquer yourself." The king frowned, not understanding. The Buddha continued, "When anger rises and you do not let it rule you, that is victory. When pain arises and you do not become bitterness, that is victory. When you can walk through darkness without losing the light in your heart, that is victory. To cultivate courage, you must first understand fear. Sit with it. Listen to it. Fear often has something wise to say. I want to keep you safe. Thank it. Then gently remind it, I am safe now. The moment you stop treating fear as an enemy, it becomes an ally. There is a teaching in Zen. The obstacle is the path. What you fear most is often the very door to your liberation. Afraid of failure? Then fail and see that you survive. Afraid of rejection? Then offer your heart anyway and discover that love's worth is not measured by its return. Afraid of death? Then learn to live so fully that every breath feels complete. Courage also means embracing vulnerability. To say I don't know, to ask for help, to admit weakness, these too are acts of bravery. The ego resists them because it equates vulnerability with defeat. But in truth, vulnerability is the doorway to connection, and connection is the essence of life. The Bodhisattva, the awakened being who vows to help all others, embodies ultimate courage. Though they know the vastness of suffering, they do not turn away. They return again and again to lift others from darkness. Such courage is born not from defiance but from boundless compassion. To love despite pain, to hope despite loss, this is the heart of a warrior of light. Fear will visit you many times on this journey, when you fail, when you lose, when you face change. Welcome it as you would an old friend. Sit with it. Offer it tea. Ask it what it has come to teach you. In time, you'll see that fear was never meant to break you, only to show you where you are still clinging. And when that lesson sinks deep, you will find a strange peace, even in uncertainty. You will walk through life with open hands, open eyes, open heart, trembling sometimes, yes, but steady nonetheless. For courage is not the roar that silences fear. It is the whisper that says, I will keep walking. So, friend, when fear rises in your chest, do not curse it. Bow to it. Thank it for reminding you that you are alive, that you still care, that something sacred is worth protecting within you. Then step forward anyway. The path reveals itself only to those who have the courage to walk it. Because in truth, courage is not about conquering, it is about continuing. And each time you do, you become a little freer, a little wiser, a little more awake. In a world overflowing with words, silence has become a forgotten language. Yet silence is not emptiness. It is fullness unspoken. It is the womb of all understanding, the ground from which wisdom arises. The Buddha himself often taught not through long speeches, but through stillness, a quiet presence that said more than words ever could. In his silence, people felt seen, accepted, and transformed. One evening, a monk asked the Buddha master, "What is truth?" The Buddha simply looked up at the full moon. The monk waited for an explanation, but none came. Slowly, as the night deepened, he began to understand. Truth was not hidden in words, but in the quiet recognition of what already is. Silence had answered him perfectly. Silence is not the absence of sound. It is the absence of noise, the inner noise of judgment, comparison, and constant thought. It is the space between breaths, between heartbeats, between one thought dissolving and the next arising. When you rest in that space, you meet life directly without the distortion of mind. A disciple once asked his master, "Why do you meditate every day?" The master replied, "So that I can hear." Hear what the disciple asked. The master smiled. The sound of silence. When we are silent, we begin to perceive subtleties, that words conceal the tremor in someone's voice, the music in the wind, the quiet wisdom of our own breath. Silence sharpens perception. It reveals what has always been present, but overlooked. In silence, even pain speaks with clarity, and joy hums softly beneath the noise of daily life. Many people fear silence because it exposes what they have been running from. When the outer chatter fades, the inner one becomes loud. But if you stay, if you listen long enough, even that noise begins to settle. The mind, like muddy water, clears when left undisturbed. Beneath the turbulence lies stillness, vast, luminous, alive. The Buddha once sat under the Bodhi tree in profound silence. Demons of desire, fear, and doubt tried to distract him, whispering in countless forms. He neither fought them nor fled. He simply remained still. That silence became his shield. When the morning star rose, enlightenment dawned not as a word, but as a silence so deep it embraced the whole world. In our time, silence is medicine. The constant noise of devices, opinions, and ambitions has made us strangers to our own hearts. But when you step into silence in nature, in prayer, in meditation, you begin to remember what peace feels like. You begin to hear the pulse of existence. You realize that beneath all differences, all arguments, all identities, there is a shared quiet, the stillness of being. Practice silence daily, even for a few minutes. Turn off the phone, close your eyes, and breathe. Listen not to music, not to words, but to the silence behind all sound. At first, you may find restlessness. Let it be. Patience will reveal the layers beneath. Then, like a dawn breaking inside, awareness begins to glow. Silence is also an act of love. To listen without interrupting is to give someone space to be. In relationships, silence can heal more than advice. A hand held in silence often says more than 100 well-meaning words. When two hearts rest quietly together, Without the need to fill the air, understanding flows like water between them. A monk once visited a dying man who was tormented by regret. The man asked, "What should I say to find peace?" The monk took his hand and whispered, "Say nothing. Just breathe. Let silence finish the story." The man closed his eyes and passed away peacefully, his last breath merging with the stillness he had feared all his life. Silence teaches us humility. It reminds us that we are not the center of the universe, we are its echo. The mountains, the stars, the oceans, they speak in silence. To be silent is to join their language, to align with the rhythm of all that is vast and timeless. There is a saying in Zen, "To hear the soundless sound is true hearing." When you practice deep silence, you begin to sense that everything, even stillness, vibrates with life. The rustle of a leaf, the hum of your heartbeat, the pause between your thoughts, all are songs of the same great silence. When anger rises, practice silence before responding. When confusion clouds the mind, sit in silence before deciding. When joy overflows, fall into silence and let it ripen. In silence, truth matures. In speech, it expresses. Both are necessary, but silence must lead. Speech that arises from silence carries power. It is calm, clear, and compassionate. The Buddha's words healed because they were born from silence. They were not opinions. They were echoes of truth. When your words come from stillness, they too become instruments of peace. Sometimes people ask, "How can I find God?" The sages smile and answer, "Be silent." For silence is not empty. It is filled with the divine. When the mind stops grasping, the heart begins to hear the sacred presence in everything. Friend, make space for silence, not as an escape, but as a return. Let silence be your teacher, your refuge, your friend. Let it cradle your mind and clear your heart. For when you learn to rest in silence, you discover the secret of all great truths. The answers were never hidden, only unheard. And when you emerge from that silence, you will find yourself speaking less, but meaning more, listening more, but needing less, living slower, but deeper. For silence does not make life smaller, it makes it infinite. So when words fail, when the world grows loud, when the heart feels heavy, go where no noise can follow. Sit, breathe, listen. The universe is still whispering to you softly in the oldest language there is. Every step we take, every word we speak, every thought we nurture weaves the tapestry of our destiny. The Buddha called this great law karma, the law of cause and effect, of intention and consequence. It is not punishment or reward. It is simply truth in motion. Just as a seed grows according to its nature, so our actions bear fruit according to their intention. If you plant mango seeds, you will not harvest thorns. One day, a man came to the Buddha, angry and confused. "Why is my life filled with suffering?" he asked. The Buddha said, "Because you have sown seeds of suffering." The man protested, "But I do not remember planting any." The Buddha smiled gently. Every harsh word, every selfish act, every thought rooted in greed or hate is a seed. They bloom when the season arrives. But do not despair, for good seeds bloom as well. Begin planting wisely now, and your garden will change. Karma is not fate. It is freedom disguised as responsibility. It means that your future is being written by the choices you make in this very breath. The universe is not judging you. It is mirroring you. Whatever you offer, it reflects. When you act with kindness, the reflection is peace. When you act with ignorance, the reflection is confusion. The mirror is flawless. The reflection depends on you. There was a young monk who used to complain, "Why do good people suffer?" His teacher replied, "Because even good people are still learning to plant their seeds carefully. The field remembers everything, the weeds and the flowers alike." Over time, the monk realized that karma is not immediate. It unfolds with patience. Sometimes the seeds of goodness take time to sprout, but like sunlight through clouds, their reward always comes quietly, inevitably. Understanding karma transforms how we live. It awakens mindfulness in our smallest actions. When you speak, you realize words are arrows. Once released, they cannot be recalled. When you think, you realize thoughts are architects building the house you will one day inhabit. When you act, you realize every motion carries an echo into eternity. The wise live gently because they see the threads they are weaving. The Buddha compared karma to a shadow, inseparable but silent. You may forget your deeds, but they follow you, waiting for the right light to appear. Yet even shadows vanish when the sun of awareness rises. The moment you awaken, your past loses its power to bind you. Awareness does not erase karma, it purifies its course. It allows you to meet each consequence with wisdom rather than resentment. In the Dhammapada, the Buddha said, "If one speaks or acts with a pure mind, happiness follows like a shadow that never leaves." This is the promise of karma, not fear, but hope. No good act is ever lost. Every compassionate thought, every patient deed, every forgiveness offered, they ripple outward, touching unseen hearts, returning to you in unexpected ways. A villager once saved a starving dog by giving it his last bowl of rice. Years later, he fell ill, alone, and forgotten. One evening, a traveler knocked at his door carrying food and medicine. "Who sent you?" the villager asked. The traveler smiled. "A stranger once helped me when I was starving, and I promised to pass the kindness on." The villager wept, for he saw that his kindness had never truly left him. It had simply taken the long road home. Karma also teaches humility. When life feels unfair, we remember that every experience is a teacher. The pain you suffer may be the echo of an old action, not punishment, but invitation. Every challenge says, "Learn this and be free." Blame fades when understanding blossoms. You stop asking, "Why me?" and begin asking, "What is this teaching me?" Karma is precise but compassionate. It does not seek revenge, it seeks awakening. Its purpose is not to punish you for mistakes, but to show you the pattern of cause and effect, so you may choose differently next time. The wheel of karma spins not to trap you, but to guide you toward liberation. Each turn offers another chance to act with clarity. Even thoughts create karma, because thought is the seed of action. The mind is the first field of cultivation. If you wish to harvest peace, you must plant peaceful thoughts. Meditation is the gardener's tool. It reveals the weeds of anger and fear before they bloom into suffering. When you watch your mind with compassion, you begin to cultivate, consciously transforming the soil of your life into fertile ground. Someone once asked a master, "Can karma be changed?" The master replied, "The moment you ask that question with sincerity, it already has." For awareness itself is the great purifier. When you see your patterns clearly and take responsibility for them, their power weakens. The river of karma continues to flow, but you no longer drown in it. You learn to steer. The Buddha taught that karma is born from intention, satana. It is not the act itself, but the heart behind it that matters. A harsh word spoken in love may heal. A kind word spoken in deceit may harm. What shapes your future is not merely what you do, but why you do it. Awareness of motive is the seed of right action. In relationships, karma becomes the invisible thread connecting souls. Those we love, those we clash with, those who teach us through pain, they are not random arrivals. They are mirrors reflecting lessons our soul still needs to learn. When we see others as partners in our karmic unfolding, judgment transforms into gratitude. So friend, plant your seeds wisely. Speak gently, act with kindness, think with clarity. Do not fear your past, use it as compost for your awakening. Every sunrise is proof that karma gives second chances. The field of life is always ready to grow new fruits when the gardener tends it with care. And when the fruits of your actions ripen, whether sweet or bitter, receive them with peace. For they are simply the return of what was once offered. Smile at the lesson, bow to the law, and continue to plant love. In time, you will find that karma is not a chain, but a teacher, not a weight, but a rhythm. You will see that life does not happen to you. It happens through you. Each act, each choice, each thought a note in the great song of becoming. And when your actions are guided by compassion, your song will be one of harmony, gentle, timeless, and free. One of the most radiant teachings of the Buddha is metta, loving kindness, the boundless compassion that embraces all beings without exception. Compassion is not pity. It is not sorrow from a distance. It is the deep understanding that all beings just like you seek happiness and wish to be free from suffering. To live with compassion is to see the world through awakened eyes, to see not us and them, but a single vast family, breathing the same air, walking under the same sky. Once a disciple asked the Buddha Master, "Whom should we love most?" The Buddha replied, "Begin with yourself. If your heart is filled with hatred toward your own being, how can you truly love another? Compassion begins within. When you forgive yourself, when you hold your own pain, with tenderness, your heart naturally opens toward others. From self-understanding grows universal empathy." The Buddha compared compassion to the sun. It shines equally on all the pure and the impure, the saint and the sinner. The sun does not choose where to shine, it simply gives. The compassionate heart acts the same way. It does not ask who is deserving. It recognizes that suffering is shared. There was a woman who visited the Buddha after losing her only child. Her grief was unbearable. She begged him to bring the boy back to life. The Buddha said, "Bring me a mustard seed from a house that has never known death, and your son will live." She searched from home to home, but every family had known loss. By evening, she returned empty-handed, but her eyes had opened. "I understand now," she whispered. "No one is spared sorrow." In that realization, her grief softened into compassion. She began comforting others who had lost loved ones. Her suffering had become her awakening. Compassion is not merely a feeling, it is an action born of understanding. It means to stand beside another in their pain, not to fix it, but to share it. When you offer presence, not judgment. When you listen instead of advise. When you hold instead of preach, you are practicing the highest form of compassion. Sometimes compassion requires courage. It asks us to open our hearts, even when they have been wounded, to extend kindness, even when it is not returned. To love those who are easy to love is natural. To love those who are lost in ignorance, fear, or cruelty, that is true practice. The Buddha said, "Hatred does not cease by hatred, but only by love. This is the eternal law." Compassion is not weakness. It is the power that can end the cycle of suffering. Imagine for a moment that every person you meet carries an invisible burden, a story of fear, loneliness, or regret. Some hide it well. others show it through anger or pride. When you remember this, your heart softens. You stop taking offenses personally. You see that even those who harm others are crying out for help in clumsy ways. To understand this is not to excuse wrongdoing, but to respond with wisdom instead of vengeance. The Buddha once said, "When you pour perfume on others, a little always stays on your hands." When you practice compassion, you are not only healing others, you are healing yourself. The more love you give, the freer you become from resentment and fear. Compassion is a fire that warms without burning. In meditation, the practice of loving kindness begins simply. Sit quietly and repeat inwardly, "May I be free from suffering. May I be peaceful. May I be kind." Feel these words like a soft light in your heart. Then extend the same wish to others. May you be free from suffering. May you be peaceful. May you be kind. Begin with those you love, then include strangers, and finally, those you find difficult. With each breath, widen the circle until it includes all beings, humans, animals, plants, even the unseen. As your compassion grows, you begin to see the sacredness of everything. The ant carrying a crumb, the old tree standing silently, the stranger rushing to work. You understand that every life is precious. Every creature is part of the same web. You move through the world gently, no longer driven by fear or greed, but by reverence. A student once asked his master, "How can I know when my compassion is true?" The master replied, "When you no longer feel the boundary between giver and receiver." True compassion is not "I help you," it is "we are one." When you serve with this awareness, there is no pride, no debt, only the natural flow of love returning to itself. The Bodhisattva, the being of great compassion, makes this vow: "As long as even one being remains in suffering, I will not rest." To live with such a vow is not despair, it is the highest joy. For when your love expands beyond self, the world's pain becomes your teacher, and service becomes your peace. In daily life, compassion can take humble forms: a smile to a stranger, patience; in a quarrel, care for the earth beneath your feet. Each act, however small, ripples outward in ways unseen. You may think your kindness disappears, but it plants invisible seeds in the minds of others. One kind act can awaken another, and in time, whole generations bloom from a single gesture of love. There is a story of a monk who walked barefoot through a barren valley, watering wilted plants with the water from his bowl. A passerby laughed, "Why waste your effort? The desert is endless." The monk smiled, "I am not watering the desert. I am watering the heart that refuses to give up." Compassion is exactly that, not the certainty of changing the world, but the faith to love it anyway. Friend, compassion is not something to achieve, it is something to remember. Beneath the layers of fear and pride, your heart already knows how to love without limit. Each time you choose to see others through understanding instead of judgment, that love awakens again. When you live with compassion, you no longer need to ask, "What is my purpose?" For love itself becomes your path. You realize that awakening is not found in distant heavens, but in every act of care, every moment of gentleness, every silent prayer for peace. So walk through life with a soft gaze and an open hand. Let no creature be beneath your kindness, no moment too small for your attention. The Buddha's compassion illuminated the world, not through miracles, but through presence, a presence that said, "I see you, and you are not alone." And when your heart learns to see like that, the beggar and the king, the enemy and the friend, the ant and the mountain, all dissolve into one great being, breathing in harmony. That is compassion, the Buddha's own heartbeat echoing through you. The Buddha once said, "The root of suffering is attachment." At first, hearing those words may sound like a call to rejection or coldness, but in truth, they are a song of freedom. Non-attachment is not the absence of love. It is love purified of clinging. It is the ability to hold all things people experience as dreams with an open hand, allowing them to come and go without imprisoning them. Imagine holding a butterfly. If you grip too tightly, you crush its wings. But if you open your palm, it may rest there free, delicate, alive. This is the nature of all things in life. They stay only as long as the moment allows. Non-attachment is the wisdom that bows to this truth. A monk once loved a simple clay bowl he used every day. He kept it spotless, polished it often, and admired its shape. One morning as he was washing it, it slipped and broke. The monk felt sadness rising. But then he remembered his teacher's words. The bowl was already broken the moment you received it. Suddenly he smiled. He saw that its beauty was not lost. It had simply changed form. The clay had returned to earth, and his gratitude to awareness. This is the essence of non-attachment to love, without owning to give, without expecting to live, without demanding permanence from the impermanent. Everything in the world is on loan: our relationships, our possessions, even our bodies. When we cling to them as if they were ours to keep, we suffer. When we honor them as gifts, we find peace. Attachment arises when the mind confuses having with being. We say, "I am happy because I have this." But what happens when the object is gone? Happiness vanishes too, because we tied it to something temporary. The Buddha taught that freedom lies in recognizing that joy does not come from possession, status, or praise. It arises within the mind that knows how to let go. There was once a student who complained to his master, "I cannot stop my desires. I long for success, for recognition, for love." The master replied, "You don't have to stop desiring. Just stop believing that desire's fulfillment will make you whole. When we chase endlessly, we miss the truth you are already complete. Nothing you acquire can add to your essence. Nothing you lose can diminish it." Non-attachment also applies to ideas and beliefs. The mind clings not only to things, but to opinions. I am right. They are wrong. This attachment to views divides the world into enemies and allies, making peace impossible. The Buddha said, "Those who cling to views wander the world like a blind man clutching his staff, mistaking it for the whole of reality. To be free is to see beyond the staff, to hold beliefs lightly ready to learn anew with each moment." Relationships test our understanding of non-attachment most deeply. We often equate love with possession, my partner, my child, my friend. But true love does not bind, it liberates. It says, "I love you enough to let you grow, even if it means growing away from me." Non-attachment does not make love colder, it makes it purer. It turns love from demand into devotion. A mother bird teaches this lesson each time she nudges her chicks from the nest. Her heart surely aches, yet she knows that love means letting them fly. So too, every separation, every ending, every goodbye in life is an invitation to grow in freedom, to trust that love can exist without possession, that connection can remain, even as forms change. The Buddha compared attachment to grasping a red-hot coal, thinking it will warm you, yet it burns instead. We cling because we fear emptiness, but what we fear is actually spaciousness. the infinite openness where peace resides. When you release your grip, what remains is not loss, but lightness. You begin to float through life instead of fighting against it. Non-attachment also transforms our relationship with time. We cling to the past, replaying regrets, or grasp at the future, building castles of expectation. Both are illusions. The only moment that truly exists is now, fleeting, luminous, alive. When you learn to live without clinging, you meet each moment as a new friend, unburdened by yesterday, unafraid of tomorrow. There is a Zen saying, "Let go or be dragged." The mind that refuses to release its attachments is like a hand caught in a trap, holding onto the bait even as pain increases. Freedom is as simple and as difficult as unclenching the fist. In practice, non-attachment is not indifference. It does not mean you stop caring or stop feeling. It means you care deeply without letting the outcome define your peace. You can grieve fully, celebrate fully, love fully, and still remain free. As the lotus grows in the mud, but is not stained by it, so too can we live in the world without being trapped by it. Try this meditation. Close your eyes and bring to mind something or someone you hold tightly. A dream, a relationship, a memory. Feel the tension of that grasping. Then, on your next breath out, imagine releasing your hold. Let it float away like a leaf carried by a stream. Whisper inwardly, "May you be free. May I be free." Notice how your heart expands. Letting go is not loss, it is spaciousness returning. Non-attachment is the bridge between compassion and wisdom. Compassion allows you to love. Wisdom teaches you not to cling. When these two wings move together, the heart soars. There is peace in open hands. When nothing is held too tightly, nothing can be taken away. When you stop clutching at life, life flows through you, effortless, graceful, abundant. Friend, let this be your practice. Hold gently, love deeply, release freely. Trust that what is yours by truth will never need force to stay. Let the rest move as it must. The tides of existence know their way better than your grasp ever could. And one day, as you watch the world move, the people, the seasons, the moments, you will feel no fear, no loss, only quiet awe. Because you will finally understand, you were never meant to hold the river. You were meant to flow with it. The Buddha taught that words carry power far beyond sound. They can heal or harm, awaken or wound, create or destroy. Every word is a seed, and from it grows the garden of our relationships and our inner peace. The path of right speech, samavaka, is one of the noble eightfold path's pillars, for without mindful speech, even the purest heart can cause suffering. A monk once asked the Buddha, "How should one speak?" The Buddha answered, "Speak only what is true, kind, and timely. If it is not more beautiful than silence, do not say it." This simple teaching holds infinite depth. It reminds us that language is not for decoration, but for connection. When words are chosen with mindfulness, they become offerings of love. When spoken without awareness, they become weapons. Consider this: each time you open your mouth, you are shaping not only others' minds, but your own. Words leave imprints, and their echoes often return long after the conversation ends. A harsh word can linger for years in another's heart. A gentle one can light a lifetime of hope. Thus, the wise speak as if tending a sacred flame, steady, careful, respectful. There was once a king who asked his minister, "What is the most dangerous weapon?" The minister replied, "The tongue, Your Majesty. It can kill without drawing blood." The king frowned, not believing him. Days later, the minister spread a rumor through the palace that the king was ill. By evening, panic had spread, and the kingdom trembled. The king summoned the minister in anger, but the minister bowed and said, "I merely used words." The king understood. He never again spoke carelessly. Mindful speech begins not with the tongue, but with the mind. Before speaking, pause and ask, is it true? Is it kind? Is it necessary? If a thought fails one of these tests, silence may be wiser. Silence, after all, can never be regretted, but truth when spoken with compassion can free hearts. Kindness when spoken with sincerity can heal wounds that time alone cannot. In conversation, speak not to impress, but to understand. Most people listen only to reply. Few listen to truly hear. When you practice mindful speech, you also practice mindful listening, receiving another's words as gently as falling rain, without judgment, without rushing to fix or argue. Listening with presence is itself a form of love. The Buddha compared speech to honey. It should be sweet, but not sticky. Sweetness without sincerity becomes flattery. Truth without kindness becomes cruelty. The right balance gives nourishment, not harm. A word of encouragement at the right time can change the course of a person's life. A disciple once asked his master, "Why do we speak when silence is so peaceful?" The master replied, "Because sometimes silence needs a voice." Speech, when used mindfully, becomes an extension of silence, the sound of awareness made audible. Mindful speech also means refraining from gossip and idle talk. Words that divide or belittle others cloud the heart. When you speak of another's faults, even truth can become poison. Ask yourself, does this help anyone grow? If not, it's best to let it go. The Buddha said, "The wise do not speak to wound, they speak to heal." In times of conflict, mindful speech is both shield and compass. When anger burns hot, the tongue becomes a spark. One careless sentence can ignite years of bitterness. But if you pause, breathe, and speak from calm awareness, even a difficult truth can be received with grace. Anger cannot survive in the presence of compassion. A woman once came to a Zen master furious at her neighbor. "She insulted me," she shouted. The master poured her a cup of tea until it overflowed. "Why do you spill it?" she asked. He replied, "Because you asked me to hold your anger." She laughed through her tears. The next day she apologized to her neighbor, not because she was wrong, but because peace had become more important than pride. Words can purify karma. Each kind sentence, each sincere apology, each truthful confession lightens the heart. The Buddha said that right speech creates fragrance that travels with the wind. Speak truth, and your presence becomes fragrant wherever you go. Practice mindful speech like this each day. Choose one conversation to make fully conscious. Speak slowly, listen deeply, respond with care. Notice the tone, the pauses, the effect your words have on yourself and others. Gradually, awareness will spread to all your communication until your speech flows naturally from peace. There is a sacred power in language. The first compassion arises when we stop using words as weapons. The second, when we use them as offerings. The third, when we no longer need to speak because our presence itself radiates understanding. Even silence can be speech when it comes from wisdom. When you choose not to argue, when you withhold gossip, when you meet cruelty with quiet strength, your silence speaks volumes. It says, "I choose peace." Friend, let your words be bridges, not walls. Let them carry light into dark places. Let them heal where others have harmed. Speak truthfully, kindly, and only when necessary. and even your silence will teach. For in the end, words are like arrows, but they can also be prayers. When your heart is steady, every word you utter, even the simplest greeting, becomes a blessing whispered into the universe. And that is the highest use of speech, not to be heard, but to awaken. In every human heart, there lives a subtle illusion, the belief in I, me, and mine. From this illusion springs both pride and fear, craving and conflict. The Buddha called it atta, the false self, which builds its identity upon shifting sands, appearance, name, possessions, opinion. We spend our lives defending this fragile I, guarding a shadow against the sun. Yet when the shadow disappears, what is lost? Nothing real. To awaken is to see that what we call the self is not a fixed entity, but a flowing process, a river of thoughts, feelings, memories, and sensations, arising and fading moment by moment. There is no solid I behind them, just as there is no wave separate from the ocean. The Buddha's teaching of anatta, or non-self, is not a denial of existence. It is a door to vastness. It shows us that freedom begins the moment we stop clinging to the idea of me. A disciple once asked his master, "If there is no self, who am I?" The master replied, "Who asks the question?" The disciple hesitated, for the question itself dissolved the illusion. When you turn your awareness inward to find this I, you find only silence, a spacious presence without boundary. That silence is your true nature, open, clear, ungraspable. Ego is like a mask we wear for so long that we forget our own face beneath it. We decorate it with success, defend it with anger, polish it with praise. But when someone touches it, when they disagree, ignore, or criticize, we feel threatened, as if they've struck our core. Yet what they touch is only the mask. Beneath it, your essence remains untouched, eternal as the sky. The Buddha compared ego to a mirage shimmering on hot sand. From afar, it looks real, a lake, a promise of water. But when you walk closer, you find only empty desert. So it is with the self we cling to. When examined closely through meditation, it dissolves into interdependent phenomena: body feeling, perception, thought, and consciousness, all impermanent, all without owner. There was a monk renowned for his wisdom. When praised, he would bow and say, "These words are not for me, but for the Dharma." When insulted, he would smile. "These words are not for me either. They belong to the wind." Because he did not take ownership of praise or blame, his heart remained calm like a lake untouched by storms. He lived not as someone special, but as an instrument of awareness. To release the ego does not mean to erase individuality. It means to stop being enslaved by it. The body still walks, the mind still thinks, the personality still expresses, but the inner clinging to I dissolves. You become like a flute, hollow, allowing the breath of life to play its music freely through you. In daily life, ego manifests in subtle ways: the need to be right, the hunger for approval, the habit of comparing, the fear of being small. When awareness shines upon these tendencies, they begin to soften. You start to laugh at your own seriousness, to smile at your defensiveness, to rest in humility. The ego loses its grip, and joy begins to flow again. Once a traveler asked a sage, "How can I find peace?" The sage handed him a cup and poured tea until it overflowed. "Why do you overfill it?" the traveler cried. The sage smiled. "Because your mind is like this cup full of I. Until you empty it, no peace can enter. Ego seeks to control, to possess, to win. But life cannot be owned. It can only be lived. When you let go of ego, you stop trying to force the world into your image. You become a mirror instead, reflecting without distortion, receiving without resistance. In that reflection, compassion blooms naturally, for when I dissolves you and me dissolve too, what remains is we. The Buddha once said, "In seeing the self as a bubble, the world becomes light. The one who no longer clings moves through life like wind, invisible, yet powerful, touching everything but bound by nothing. Without ego praise and blame, gain and loss, pleasure and pain, all become passing clouds. You no longer ride their rise and fall. You rest in the sky behind them." To practice non-ego, observe the voice within that constantly says, "I want, I fear, I deserve." Listen, but do not obey. Ask gently, "Who is this I?" Each time you turn inward, the illusion weakens. Gradually, the voice loses authority, and you begin to act not from ego, but from awareness, not from "what do I get?" but "what is needed now." In relationships, the absence of ego is the birth of love. When you stop insisting, "You must see me, you must agree with me," you start to truly see others. Communication becomes listening. Love becomes understanding. The need to dominate gives way to the joy of harmony. The space once occupied by me becomes a space where both can breathe. There was once a master whose student boasted of his enlightenment. The master said, "Ah, so you have become nothing." The student nodded. The master smiled. "Then who is so proud of it?" The illusion of ego is sly. It even hides in humility. True selflessness is not claiming to be nobody. It is forgetting to ask who you are at all. When ego dissolves, a strange lightness fills the heart. Life becomes effortless like water flowing downhill. You no longer fear death, for there is no I to die, only the eternal dance of transformation. You no longer seek validation, for there is no self to defend, only awareness, witnessing itself in countless forms. Friend, do not fear the loss of I. What dies is only the shell. What remains is vastness. When the drop merges with the ocean, it does not disappear, it becomes the ocean. When the mask falls, the face of truth shines. So live with open hands, open heart, open eyes. Bow to the mystery that breathes you. Serve love, speak, create. But remember, none of it belongs to you. It belongs to the dance itself. And when you can finally whisper, "There is no me," only this moment you will know the greatest freedom of all, the freedom of being nothing, and therefore being everything. There are times in life when logic fails, when all our plans crumble, when the future becomes a vast silence. In those moments, the Buddha's teaching on Sada faith becomes a lantern in the dark, not blind belief, not superstition, but the deep, steady trust that life in its unfolding knows more than our anxious minds ever could. The Buddha once said, "Just as a bird trusts the open sky, so the wise trust the Dharma." This trust does not mean everything will be easy. It means you stop fighting the current. You begin to see that even the storms carry you forward, not away from peace, but toward it. Faith is not a shield against suffering. It is the compass that points you home when the road disappears. A story tells of a monk crossing a river during flood season. The current was fierce, and fear gripped his heart. But then he remembered his teacher's words, "Do not struggle, float." So he released his tension, surrendered to the flow, and the river carried him safely to the other shore. That is faith, the quiet courage to trust the current of life, even when you cannot see where it leads. Surrender, in the language of the awakened, is not defeat. It is the highest intelligence, the recognition that control is an illusion. We spend so much of our lives grasping, trying to manage outcomes, force timing, demand answers. But when we surrender, we stop wrestling with reality. We say, "Let it be." And in that simple acceptance, the universe begins to move with us instead of against us. Faith is not something we find, it is something we remember. Beneath all fear lies a quiet knowing, the sense that life has carried us this far for a reason. When we look back, we see that even the hardest moments had purpose, the heartbreak that deepened compassion, the failure that taught humility, the loss that revealed what truly matters. This is the hidden grace of existence, the unseen order beneath apparent chaos. Once a farmer lost his horse. His neighbors said, "Such bad luck." The farmer replied, "Maybe." The next week, the horse returned with 2 wild companions. "Such good luck," the neighbors cried. "Maybe," said the farmer again. Then his son broke his leg trying to tame one of the wild horses. Terrible misfortune. The neighbors sighed. The farmer said softly, "Maybe." Days later, soldiers came to the village to conscript young men for war, but his injured son was spared. The story of life is never finished in the moment it happens. Faith means trusting the whole picture, even when you can only see one corner. The Buddha encouraged faith not in a deity, but in one's own potential for awakening. He said, "You are your own refuge." This faith is not passive, it is active, alive, rooted in practice. It says, "If I walk with awareness, the path will open. You may not know the destination, but you trust each step to be enough." Surrender also means letting go of the need for constant understanding. The mind loves answers, but the heart grows through mystery. When you stop demanding explanations, you begin to experience truth directly, not as theory, but as presence. The sunrise does not need to be analyzed to be loved. A disciple once asked his master, "How can I surrender when I do not trust life?" The master handed him a leaf and said, "Watch how it falls." The disciple observed the leaf drifting effortlessly to the ground, carried by invisible currents. "The leaf does not fight the wind," the master said. "It trusts that falling is part of flying." Faith and surrender are inseparable. Faith gives courage to surrender. Surrender deepens faith. Together, they dissolve the illusion of control, allowing life to reveal its wisdom. The more you trust, the more you see that even what you once called misfortune was simply the Dharma working in disguise. There is a kind of faith that does not pray for things to happen, but says instead, "May I have the wisdom to see what is already perfect." It is the faith of the seed that sleeps through winter, knowing spring will come. It is the faith of the traveler who continues walking even when the path disappears into mist. It is the faith of the Buddha himself who sat beneath the Bodhi tree and vowed not to rise until he saw the truth, not because he knew when awakening would come, but because he trusted that it would. In your own life, faith means leaning into uncertainty with a steady heart. When everything changes, stay rooted in awareness. When the mind panics, return to the breath. When doubt arises, bow to it. Even doubt is part of the path. The Buddha taught that doubt, when seen clearly, becomes understanding. Faith does not silence questions. It transforms them into wonder. Surrender, too, is a daily practice. You surrender when you stop arguing with what already is, when you let people be who they are, when you stop forcing life to match your expectations. You surrender not out of weakness, but out of wisdom, because you finally see that the universe does not need your control. It needs your trust. There was a saying among ancient monks: when you walk to the edge of all you know, faith is the step you take after your foot leaves the ground. That step is never taken by the mind, it is taken by the heart. And though it may tremble, something in you knows it will land. Friend, surrender does not mean doing nothing. It means doing what you can with clarity and releasing what you cannot with peace. It is the balance between action and acceptance, effort and ease. Work with full devotion, but let go of results. Love deeply, but do not cling. Pray sincerely, but release the outcome. When you live this way, even uncertainty becomes sacred. Every door that closes is seen as protection, every loss as transformation, every ending as preparation for a new beginning. The heart learns to whisper, not why me, but thank you for this too. In faith, you stop fearing the dark because you trust the dawn. In surrender, you stop fearing the river because you know it carries you home. So, dear traveler, when you stand in the middle of uncertainty, when everything seems to unravel, do not despair. Trust the unseen hands guiding you. Trust the wisdom of your own awakening heart. And one day, when you look back, you will realize that every fall was a step upward, every detour a doorway, and every letting go a deeper embrace. For faith and surrender are not the end of control, they are the beginning of peace. There is a story told among the monks of old. A traveler weary from years of wandering came upon a serene lake surrounded by mountains. Its surface reflected the clouds, the trees, and the sky so perfectly that he could not tell where water ended and heaven began. What makes this lake so still? He asked an old hermit meditating by the shore. The hermit opened his eyes and said, "It is still because it does not resist the wind. It lets everything pass." This, dear friend, is the nature of inner peace. It is not the absence of storms, but the calmness that allows the storms to pass through without disturbing your depths. The Buddha called this serenity, upekkha, equanimity, the balance of a heart that sees, clearly feels deeply, but does not cling. Inner peace is not something to be achieved. It is already present, like the still lake beneath waves of thought. What obscures it is restlessness, our constant habit of wanting, fearing, comparing, remembering. The mind rushes after the future or resists the past, and in doing so, it loses the only place peace can ever live, the present moment. Once a disciple said to the Buddha, "I wish my mind would stop being so noisy." The Buddha handed him a cup of water and asked him to watch the surface. It was rippling from his breath. "Place it down," said the Buddha. "Now wait." Slowly, the ripples faded. "See," the Buddha smiled. "Peace does not come from fighting the waves. It comes from letting them settle." The modern world confuses excitement with happiness. We chase stimulation, thinking movement equals meaning, but the awakened ones know the opposite. Peace comes from stillness. The tree grows silently. The dawn arrives without noise. When we slow down enough to see clearly, life's beauty reveals itself in ordinary moments: a breeze, a bird call, the warmth of sunlight on skin. The Buddha described the peaceful mind as a cool cave in the heat of the world. It shelters you from anger, greed, and fear, not by hiding, but by understanding. You begin to see that emotions are like weather clouds forming and dissolving in the sky of awareness. You no longer identify with every passing mood. Anger arises, but you know this too will pass. Sadness visits, but you whisper, "Let me listen." In this way, the mind becomes vast enough to hold both pain and peace without being broken by either. There was a monk once known for his unshakable calm. A man insulted him daily, hoping to provoke him. One afternoon, the monk finally asked, "If someone offers you a gift and you do not accept it, to whom does it belong?" The man replied, "To the giver." The monk smiled. "Then I do not accept your anger." The man stood speechless. Peace had defeated aggression without a single blow. Inner peace is not apathy. It does not mean you stop caring about the world. It means you act from clarity instead of chaos. The peaceful mind still feels love, still responds to suffering, but it does so wisely, not reactively. It knows that peace within is the first step to peace without. To cultivate this stillness, begin where you are. When the mind races, do not fight it. Observe it. Watch thoughts rise and fall like waves on water. With each breath, return gently to now. The more you practice, the longer the pauses between ripples. Over time, the lake of the heart clears, reflecting truth like a mirror. Meditation is not escape. It is returning home. It is sitting quietly in the middle of chaos and realizing that peace is not elsewhere, it is underneath the noise. Even 5 mindful breaths can reveal this home. Breathe in and feel the world entering you. Breathe out and feel yourself returning to the world. The line between you and everything dissolves. Once a young man complained to his teacher, "I can't meditate. My mind is full of storms." The teacher said, "Then sit in the storm." The man asked, "But how will I find calm there?" The teacher replied, "You will not find it, you will become it. For peace is not found outside turbulence. It is born when you stop resisting it." When the Buddha attained enlightenment, he did not escape the world. He simply saw it without distortion. He saw that everything is impermanent, interconnected, and empty of self. In that seeing, the mind rested. To see things as they are is to be free from the craving that disturbs peace. In your daily life, practice being the still lake. When others shout, remain calm. When situations twist beyond control, breathe and observe. When sadness arrives, let it stay as long as it needs, then watch it depart. This is the way of the awakened, soft outside, steady within. Peace grows in the soil of understanding. The more you understand impermanence, the less you grasp. The more you understand cause and effect, the less you blame. The more you understand suffering, the more compassion fills your heart. These understandings are the roots of stillness. Sometimes peace feels far away when loss strikes, when injustice wounds, when loneliness whispers in the dark. In those moments, do not chase calm. Simply sit with your pain, breathing with it. Even sorrow, when seen without resistance, becomes quiet. The mind does not need to destroy darkness. It only needs to stop fighting it. There is a saying among the forest monks, "When the mind is still, the whole world bows." It means that peace within you changes the energy around you. A calm person can soothe a room without speaking, just as a still pond reflects the sky without effort. Friend, the journey to peace is not about fixing yourself. It is about remembering your natural state. Beneath the clutter of thoughts, beneath the noise of emotion, you are already whole, already serene. The clouds of confusion may hide the moon, but the moon was never gone. So each day return to stillness. Walk slower, speak softer, listen longer, breathe deeper. Be kind not just to others, but to your own restless mind. Let everything be exactly as it is for a moment. Feel the world as it moves through you. And one day, as you sit quietly, you will notice something extraordinary. The mind has stopped searching. The heart has stopped grasping. The lake is still, and in its reflection, you will see not heaven above, but heaven within. There is a saying among the wise: gratitude turns what we have into enough. In truth, it turns even our suffering into wisdom. Gratitude in the light of the Buddha's teaching is not a polite habit. It is a way of seeing. It is the recognition that life, even in its smallest breath, is a miracle. When the mind learns to see in this way, every moment becomes sacred, every encounter a blessing, every hardship a hidden teacher. The Buddha once said, "Let us rise up and be thankful for. If we didn't learn much today, at least we learned a little. And if we didn't learn a little, at least we didn't get sick. And if we got sick, at least we didn't die." So let us all be thankful. Gratitude does not depend on perfection. It blooms in awareness. It is not about denying pain. It is about recognizing the light that still remains, even when darkness visits. There was once a monk who lived on very little, a bowl, a robe, and a mat of grass. When asked if he ever grew tired of such simplicity, he smiled and said, "How could I? Every breath I take is a gift. The sun rises for me. The river runs for me. The rain falls for me. What more could I demand from life?" His joy was not born from possessions, but from perception. Gratitude had become his wealth. To live in gratitude is to walk in harmony with existence. You begin to see that nothing truly belongs to you, not the body, not the mind, not the air you breathe. Everything has been lent by the universe flowing through you for a short time before returning to the great cycle. When you see life as a gift rather than a guarantee, even the simplest moments, a shared meal, a gentle breeze, a kind word shine with quiet grace. Gratitude transforms the heart because it dissolves the poison of complaint. The ego thrives on dissatisfaction, whispering, if only I had more, if only I were different, if only the world were fair." But gratitude silences this voice by saying, "This moment is enough." When you truly say thank you, not from obligation, but from awareness, the world softens. You feel aligned with the rhythm of all things. Once a young man approached his teacher lamenting, "My life is full of troubles. I have nothing to be grateful for." The teacher handed him a small candle and said, "Light it and walk through your house." Afterward, the teacher asked, "What did you see?" The young man replied, "Only what was near the flame." The teacher nodded. Gratitude is that flame. The more you nurture it, the more of life you will see. In daily life, gratitude begins with mindfulness. Notice what is already here, the warmth of your tea, the beating of your heart, the voice of someone who cares. Gratitude does not require grandeur. It is found in awareness of the ordinary. The problem is never that blessings are absent. It is that we forget to notice them. Even suffering can become fertile ground for gratitude. When hardship comes, ask gently, "What is this teaching me?" Perhaps it teaches patience, compassion, humility, or faith. The Buddha taught that even pain can awaken wisdom if met with mindfulness. Gratitude transforms wounds into wisdom because it looks for the gift hidden within the challenge. There is a story of a woman who lost everything in a fire: her home, her belongings, her comfort. When she finally stood among the ashes, she wept. Then, through her tears, she noticed the sunrise painting the sky gold. "I still have this," she whispered. That morning she began again, poorer in possessions, richer in peace. Gratitude had turned her loss into beginning. Gratitude also softens relationships. When you focus on what others do wrong, the heart contracts. When you notice their efforts and kindness, it expands. Say thank you often, not out of duty, but out of recognition. Each time you express genuine appreciation, you water the roots of connection. The Buddha taught that gratitude between people is one of the highest virtues, for it reflects the understanding of interdependence. He who sees interdependence sees the Dharma. The practice of gratitude can be as simple as this. Each night before you sleep, recall 3 things you are thankful for, not grand achievements, but small miracles. A laugh, a meal, the breath that carried you through the day. Let your heart dwell there for a few moments. You will find that rest comes easier and waking feels lighter. Gratitude turns life itself into prayer. The truth is, everything in life, joy and sorrow alike, serves your awakening. The people who challenge you shape your patience. The moments that break you reveal your strength. The times you feel alone teach you the value of presence. When you look through the lens of gratitude, even the roughest stones glimmer with hidden jewels. A Zen master once asked his students, "What is the greatest prayer?" One replied, "The prayer of compassion." Another said, "The prayer for wisdom." The master smiled. The greatest prayer is a simple thank you. Gratitude is the bridge between the human and the divine, between fear and trust, between despair and joy. To live in gratitude is to live in abundance. You realize you are not lacking. The universe has already given you everything essential: breath, awareness, and love. When the heart recognizes this, comparison fades. You stop measuring your life against others and begin bowing to what is. Friend, let gratitude be your daily meditation. When you open your eyes in the morning, whisper, "Thank you for this breath." When you walk, say, "Thank you, earth, for carrying me." When you face hardship, say, "Thank you, life, for teaching me." In doing so, you weave yourself into the great tapestry of existence, humble, radiant, free. One day you will look back and see that gratitude was not something you practiced. It was something that practiced you. It shaped your vision, healed your wounds, and led you home. For the heart that says thank you, even to the smallest things, already lives in heaven. Letting go, 2 simple words that can take a lifetime to understand. The Buddha said, "If you let go a little, you will have a little peace. If you let go a lot, you will have a lot of peace. If you let go completely, you will know complete freedom." The art of letting go is the art of freedom itself, yet the human heart clings to memories, to desires, to people, to stories of who we think we are. We hold on because we fear the emptiness that follows release. But what we call emptiness is not absence. It is spaciousness, the open sky in which all things come and go. A story tells of a monk who crossed a river carrying a heavy wooden raft. When he reached the other shore, he hoisted it onto his back and began walking through the forest. Another monk saw him and laughed. "Brother, why are you still carrying the raft?" The first monk replied, "It helped me cross." The second said gently, "Yes, but now it is a burden." The first monk smiled and left the raft behind. So it is with all things in life. Even the most precious truths, the most beautiful moments must be released when their time is done. Letting go does not mean rejection. It means loving fully, then releasing gently. It means giving your whole heart to each season of life, and when the season changes, bowing and allowing it to pass. The Buddha compared clinging to holding a rope that is burning at both ends. We grip tighter, believing it will save us, when in truth, it is what burns us. We hold on because we confuse attachment with love and control with safety. Yet real love asks for freedom, and safety is born from surrender. When we let go, we stop trying to cage the wind and start learning to dance with it. A young man once went to a master and said, "My heart is full of pain. How can I let go of it?" The master handed him a cup of water and told him to hold it outstretched. Minutes passed, and the man's arm began to tremble. "It's heavy," he said. "Then put it down," the master replied. The man frowned. "Is it that simple?" The master smiled. "Yes. The pain was never in the cup, but in your holding. To let go, we must first see clearly what we are holding onto: the memory of a loss, the weight of guilt, the craving for recognition. Awareness is the beginning of release. When you truly see the object of attachment, you realize it has never belonged to you, it was only passing through. The hand opens not by force, but by understanding. Letting go also means forgiving, not because others deserve it, but because you deserve peace. Anger binds you to the past like a chain around the heart. Each grudge you carry is a stone in your pocket while trying to swim. When you forgive, you are not saying, "It was right." You are saying, "I will not drown in it any longer." Forgiveness is how the heart learns to float again. There was once a woman whose husband betrayed her. For years, she carried the wound like armor, vowing never to trust again. One day, an old monk asked her, "If you drink poison, who suffers, you or the one you hate?" She understood, and tears fell. That night, she sat under the stars and whispered, "I release you." In that moment, she was freer than she had been in years. Letting go requires trust in life, in time, in the unseen. We fear that if we release something, we will be empty. But in truth, what remains is what is real peace space awareness. When the cup is emptied, it becomes useful. When the tree sheds its leaves, it prepares for new growth. Letting go is nature's rhythm, and we are not apart from it. The Buddha taught that even teachings themselves must be released. "My words are like a raft," he said. "Use them to cross the river, but do not carry them once you have reached the other shore." True wisdom does not cling even to truth. It lives fluidly, adapting to the moment. To let go is not to lose clarity. It is to stop clinging to fixed forms. In meditation, you can observe the art of letting go directly. As you sit, thoughts arise, memories, worries, desires. Instead of fighting them, watch them come and go. Each time you notice one, gently say, "Let go." Over time, you realize that the mind's nature is to move, but your awareness remains still. You become the sky, not the clouds. Letting go also means releasing self-judgment. We hold ourselves hostage to who we once were, to mistakes, failures, expectations unmet. But no one can grow while still clinging to yesterday's image. Each day you are new. Each breath is renewal. The Buddha said, "The past is already gone, the future is not yet here. There is only one moment for you to live this one." When you truly live here, nothing has to be released, because nothing is being grasped. Sometimes letting go means stepping back from people or places that no longer nourish your peace. Compassion does not mean remaining where harm persists. To let go of attachment is also to trust your boundaries, to say, "I can love you," and still walk away. Detachment and compassion are not opposites. They are two wings of the same bird. A master once told his students, "The hand that clings cannot receive." When your hands are full of yesterday, how can you hold today? Letting go is not loss. It is clearing space for the new to enter. Every end carries the seed of a beginning, and every departure makes room for return. Friend, look within your heart. What are you still holding that no longer serves you? What pain, what fear, what story? Take a breath. Offer it to the wind. Trust that life will hold what you release. Letting go is not an act of the will. It is the natural unfolding of understanding. The more clearly you see that all things change, the more naturally you release your grip. Just as the leaf does not struggle to fall, the awakened heart does not struggle to let go. And one day, without trying, you will notice the hands that once clutched now rest open. The heart that once ached now shines quietly. The tears that once burned have turned into light. You will realize that nothing was truly lost, only transformed. For what was meant for you will never need to be held so tightly, and what leaves you was never meant to stay. Letting go, then, is not the end of love, it is its purest form. It says softly, I trust the flow. I release, and I remain whole. The Buddha once sat beneath a banyan tree. As a grieving woman approached, her eyes swollen with tears. She held her dead child in her arms and cried, Master, please bring him back to life. The Buddha did not speak. He simply looked at her with compassion and said, Go, sister, and bring me a handful of mustard seeds, but only from a house where no one has died. The woman hurried through the village, knocking on every door. But everywhere she went, she heard the same reply. We too have lost someone. By nightfall, her tears had changed no longer for her child alone, but for all who suffer. She returned to the Buddha empty-handed, yet with a heart transformed. She whispered, I understand now death touches every house. The Buddha nodded gently. In understanding death, you begin to understand life. Death, the word we fear most, yet the truth we all share. The Buddha taught that to live without understanding impermanence is to live half asleep. Death is not a punishment. It is a continuation, a transformation, like a flame passing from one candle to another. The body falls. The form changes, but the current of awareness, luminous, boundless, flows on. The Buddha described this as samsara, the cycle of birth, death, and rebirth. It is not merely physical reincarnation, but the constant arising and dissolving of experience. Every breath, every thought, every moment dies and is born anew. You are not the same person you were yesterday or even a minute ago. The cells of your body, the moods of your mind, the stories of your identity, all changing, all dying, and being reborn. To see this clearly is to taste eternity in each passing second. A disciple once asked his master, How can I prepare for death? The master replied, By dying before you die. The disciple frowned, and the master continued, Die to what is false, to pride, to greed, to fear, to the illusion of I. When these die, death itself will have nothing left to take. To die before you die means to awaken to the truth that there is no fixed self, only the flowing river of awareness. Once you see this, death loses its sting, for you realize there was never anyone to die, only life changing its form. The Buddha compared human life to a bubble on the surface of a stream. It glimmers briefly, reflecting the sky, then bursts, but the water remains pure and unbroken. So too, consciousness continues beyond the body's disappearance. What we call death is only the bursting of the bubble. We fear death because we cling to form. We love, we build, we dream, and we wish it could last forever. But impermanence is not cruel. It is the hand that keeps creation alive. Without endings, nothing could begin. Without letting go, nothing could grow. The setting sun does not mourn its descent. It knows the dawn will follow. The wave does not fear breaking. It knows it returns to the sea. Once a monk asked the Buddha, Where do we go when we die? The Buddha picked up a handful of leaves and said, Where did these leaves come from? From the tree, the monk replied. And where will they go? Back to the earth. The Buddha smiled. So it is with all beings. We arise from the great mystery and we return to it. Nothing is lost, only transformed. To meditate on death is not to be morbid. It is to become fully alive. When you remember that each breath might be your last, you stop wasting time on trivial things. You forgive faster, love deeper, listen more, and hold each moment like a jewel. Awareness of death sharpens the beauty of life. The Buddha encouraged his monks to reflect daily. All that is mine, dear and delightful, will one day become otherwise. Not as a source of sadness, but as a reminder to live awake. When you see that all things pass, you begin to love without clinging to work, without anxiety, to give without expectation. You become like the flower that blooms, knowing it will fade, yet gives fragrance all the same. Death, in its deepest sense, is simply change, and change is the essence of existence. The body you inhabit now is borrowed, the name you answer to is temporary, but the awareness witnessing it all is beyond birth and death. It is like the sky clouds of life pass across it, but the sky itself remains untouched. When you rest in that awareness, death becomes a doorway, not an end. A student once asked his dying master, "Where will you go when you leave us?" The master smiled, "Where can I go? Everywhere." For those who awaken, death is not departure, it is expansion. The drop returns to the ocean, and in that merging, nothing is lost. If you fear death, look deeply into life. See how every sunset carries the promise of dawn, how every ending opens space for something new. When a candle burns out, its flame ignites, another light continues, even as form changes. You too are part of this unbroken continuity. To live in awareness of death is to live in profound gratitude. Each breath becomes precious, each glance holy, each touch sacred. You stop postponing love. You stop waiting for happiness to arrive later. You realize that later does not exist, only now, alive and breathing. When the Buddha's last moment approached, his disciples wept. He looked at them with compassion and said, "All things that arise must pass away. Strive on with diligence." His body faded, but his presence remained in every teaching, in every moment of stillness where truth is felt. Friend, death is not the opposite of life. It is part of it, woven into its very fabric. Do not run from it. Sit beside it. Listen to what it teaches. It whispers, "Nothing truly ends. Everything changes shape." One day when the final breath comes, may your heart not tremble but smile, for you will see that you have never truly left, only returned home. The wise do not ask, "What happens after death?" They ask, "Am I fully alive now?" For one who lives awake every moment is both dying and rebirth, and in that rhythm, eternity dances. So let each breath be a birth, each exhale a letting go. When you die each day to grasping fear and pride, death will come as an old friend, gentle, familiar, serene. For what dies is only the shadow. What remains is light, infinite, unbroken, forever free. Wisdom in the Buddha's teaching is not mere knowledge or cleverness. It is not found in books nor earned by age alone. Wisdom prajna is the clear seeing of reality as it truly is, impermanent, interdependent, and without self. It is the eye that pierces illusion, the lamp that burns away the fog of ignorance. Where wisdom shines, suffering cannot remain. Once a young monk asked the Buddha master, "How can I find wisdom?" The Buddha pointed to the river beside them and said, "Watch." The monk observed the flowing water, silent, steady, unstoppable. "Do you see how it moves?" the Buddha asked. "It yields to every rock yet wears them away in time. It reflects everything, yet holds on to nothing. Wisdom is like that, soft in compassion, strong in truth. True wisdom arises when the heart and mind unite. Knowledge alone can become pride. Emotion alone can become chaos. Wisdom is balanced, clear mind, guided by compassionate heart. It does not cling to opinions nor reject the experiences of others. It listens deeply, then acts from understanding. The Buddha taught that ignorance, avidya, the failure to see things as they are, is the root of suffering. We see permanence in the impermanent self, in the selfless beauty, in what is hollow control, in what cannot be controlled. We chase mirages and call them destiny. But when wisdom awakens, the mirage dissolves. You still live, love, and strive, but you no longer mistake shadows for substance. A story is told of a monk who meditated for years, seeking enlightenment. One day, a fellow traveler asked him, "What is the purpose of your practice?" The monk replied, "To know the truth." The traveler smiled, then stopped searching for it and started seeing it. The monk paused, and in that instant, everything became luminous. He realized that wisdom was not something to be found, but something to be remembered. Truth was not hiding, his grasping was. Wisdom grows through 3 stages: hearing, reflection, and realization. First, we hear the truth through study or teaching. Then, we reflect upon it, testing it through our own reasoning. Finally, we realize it directly beyond words when our life becomes the living expression of that understanding. To know something with the mind is learning. To live it with the heart is wisdom. In the Buddha's time, a king asked, "Who is truly wise?" The Buddha replied, "The one who sees cause and effect clearly, who acts knowing that every word, every thought, every deed shapes the future." The wise do not ask, "What do I want?" but "What will this create?" Wisdom looks not at the surface of things, but at their roots and their fruits. Wisdom does not mean being detached from the world. It means engaging it rightly. The wise person still walks among people, works, loves, and serves, but their eyes remain open. They know joy without clinging, loss without despair, and solitude without loneliness. They live lightly because they understand that nothing is truly owned, only shared. Once a student asked a master, "How can I know if my understanding is true wisdom?" The master replied, "When your understanding makes you more kind, more patient, more humble, then it is wisdom. When it makes you proud, judgmental, or restless, it is only knowledge." Wisdom does not inflate the ego. It dissolves it. It bows even while knowing deeply. In meditation, wisdom reveals itself naturally. When you sit and observe your mind, you begin to see that thoughts come and go on their own. You see sensations arise and fade, emotions bloom and dissolve. You begin to notice patterns, how craving creates tension, how anger burns and fades, how awareness remains unchanged beneath it all. In that seeing, wisdom blossoms. The Buddha called this vipassana insight, to look at reality without the veil of desire or fear. A leaf falls, a breath ends, a sound fades. Everything is in motion, and yet nothing is lost. This seeing does not make you sad. It fills you with gentle wonder. You realize that the world is not something to conquer, but to understand. Wisdom also teaches us how to act in the world. It shows when to speak and when to remain silent, when to give and when to step back, when to hold and when to release. It is the quiet voice inside that says, "Wait," when anger urges you forward, and "now," when fear holds you back. The wise act not from impulse, but from clarity. There was once a traveler who carried a lantern in broad daylight. When asked why, he said, because light is needed, even when the sun shines the light of awareness. Wisdom is that inner lantern, small at first, but bright enough to guide you through confusion. As you walk with mindfulness, the flame grows stronger. Eventually, it lights others too. The Buddha said, "Better than 1,000 words of empty talk is one word that brings peace." This is the language of wisdom, simple, clear healing. It never tries to impress. It aims to liberate. To cultivate wisdom, practice 3 things. First, silence. Only in stillness can you see clearly. Second, humility. Admit how little you know and the universe will teach you. Third, compassion. For knowledge without love becomes cold. Wisdom blooms only in a warm heart. Wisdom is not a possession, but a way of being. It does not boast. It shines quietly. You recognize the wise not by their words, but by their serenity. When storms come, they do not panic. When praise arrives, they do not inflate. They move like water, adaptable, humble, but unstoppable. Friend, the seeds of wisdom are already in you. Every time you pause before reacting, every time you choose understanding over judgment, every time you listen instead of argue, you water those seeds. And one day, wisdom will bloom fully, not as something new, but as the recognition of what you have always been, awareness itself, infinite and clear. When wisdom ripens, you will look upon the world and see no separation, no birth or death, no gain or loss, no high or low. Only the dance of change shimmering in the light of understanding. Then you will know the quiet joy of one who has awakened, the joy that needs no reason, the peace that cannot be shaken. For wisdom is not a destination, but the seeing that every path, every step, every breath has been the way all along. There is a saying in the Zen tradition, "When you walk, just walk. When you eat, just eat." Simple words, yet within them lies one of the deepest truths, the power of presence. The Buddha called it sati mindfulness, the art of living fully awake in the here and now. Most people live not in the present, but in memory or imagination, running endlessly between the shadows of yesterday and the mirages of tomorrow. Yet life is never in the past or future. It breathes only here in this very moment. Once a young monk asked his teacher, "Master, what is enlightenment?" The teacher replied, "When you drink tea, know that you are drinking tea." The monk laughed, thinking it a joke. But as the years passed, he began to see. To be truly present is to awaken from the dream of distraction. When the mind is here, everything shines: the warmth of the cup, the scent of the earth, the heartbeat of existence itself. Presence is the doorway to all peace. Every moment you are lost in thought, you are somewhere else, replaying, anticipating, regretting, comparing. Each thought steals a little of your life. The present, meanwhile, waits patiently, silent, vast, forgiving, like a friend always ready to embrace you when you remember to return. The Buddha once compared the distracted mind to a monkey jumping from branch to branch, never resting, never satisfied. He said, "A mind that wanders is an untrained mind. A mind that is here is a liberated one." The practice of presence is the taming of that monkey, not by force, but through gentle attention. In our modern world, distraction has become a way of life. We are surrounded by noise, notifications, endless striving. We multitask, believing we are saving time, but in truth, we are losing life. Presence cannot exist where hurry rules. The more we chase the next moment, the less we taste this one. A story is told of a Zen master who always walked slowly through the temple gardens. When a student asked why, the master said, "Because I refuse to arrive." The student looked puzzled. The master smiled. Life is not waiting somewhere else. It is here in the step itself. Presence means total participation. When you walk, you feel the ground. When you eat, you taste the miracle of nourishment. When you listen, you truly hear, not to reply, but to understand. When you speak, your words arise from awareness, not from habit. The more present you are, the more alive you become. The Buddha said, "Do not dwell in the past. Do not dream of the future. Concentrate the mind on the present moment." Yet presence is not concentration through effort. It is relaxation into being. The mind becomes still, not because you force it to, but because you stop feeding it with resistance. In meditation, presence reveals its essence. Sit quietly, breathe naturally, and notice the rise and fall of breath, the subtle hum of life around you. Thoughts come. You do not chase them. Sounds arise. You let them pass. Gradually, awareness expands. You see that you are not the thinker, but the space in which thoughts appear and dissolve. That space, pure, silent, infinite, is the essence of presence. A monk once asked his master, "How do I stay present all the time?" The master replied, "You don't. You simply notice when you've left." That is the practice, not perfection, but remembering. Each time you return to now, you strengthen your connection to life itself. Presence is not about avoiding the world, but about engaging it fully. When you wash a dish, you are not doing chores. You are touching the miracle of water, soap, and form. When you walk in the rain, you are not hurrying through inconvenience. You are feeling the gift of existence kissing your skin. When you hold a hand, you are not distracted by what comes next. You are meeting eternity in that touch. There was once a monk who spent years searching for the divine. He traveled to temples, mountains, and monasteries, but found only longing. One day he sat down by a river and, exhausted, stopped searching. He listened to the sound of water, the birds, the breeze. In that stillness, tears filled his eyes. "Ah," he whispered, "you were here all along. The sacred is not elsewhere. It is hidden in the moment we overlook." Presence transforms suffering too. Pain becomes unbearable only when the mind says, "This should not be." But when you bring awareness to it, simply feeling it, without the story, its weight softens. Even sorrow, when held in full presence, turns into tenderness. Awareness does not erase pain. It embraces it until it dissolves into peace. The Buddha described mindfulness as the path to the deathless, for the present moment never dies. Past and future are mind's creations. Only now is eternal. When you dwell in the now, you touch the timeless dimension of being, the stillness beneath all movement, the silence behind all sound. To live present is to live free. You stop running from life and start dancing with it. You no longer seek meaning, you feel it in every breath. Time loses its grip. Joy returns naturally. Presence is not a skill to learn. It is your original nature, forgotten only by distraction. Try this simple practice once a day. Pause completely. Feel your feet on the ground. Hear the world. Taste your breath. Ask silently, what is missing right now? If you are truly here, the answer will always be nothing. Presence is the end of striving, the beginning of being. It is the Buddha sitting quietly beneath the Bodhi tree, the monk sweeping leaves with full attention, the child laughing without tomorrow. Friend, the treasure you seek is not hidden in distant futures or sacred places. It is pulsing in this moment, waiting for your attention. Each second you live awake is eternity touching earth. So walk slowly, speak mindfully, love wholly, and whenever your mind drifts away, smile, for you have remembered to to come home again. Because this breath, this step, this heartbeat is all that ever was, all that ever will be, and all that truly matters. Many people come to the path of the Buddha, hoping to find peace, yet their hearts remain burdened by a quiet war, a war with themselves. They forgive others easily, but turn cruelty inward. They speak softly to strangers, but harshly to their own hearts. The Buddha once said, "You yourself, as much as anybody in the entire universe, deserve your love and affection." This is where compassion truly begins, not as an idea, but as an inner embrace. Self-compassion is not selfishness. It is the soil from which all other compassion grows. Without it, kindness to others becomes hollow, often tangled with guilt or pride. But when you learn to hold your own suffering with tenderness, your empathy becomes vast, unconditional, and fearless. Once a young monk asked the Buddha master, "How can I love others without expecting anything in return?" The Buddha smiled. "First, learn to love yourself without judgment." The monk frowned. "But isn't that pride?" "No," said the Buddha. "Pride is loving the idea of yourself. Compassion is loving the truth of yourself even when that truth is imperfect." Self-compassion begins with the courage to look inward honestly, to see your pain, your fear, your mistakes, and still whisper, "I forgive you." This forgiveness is not indulgence, it is wisdom. It recognizes that you are a being shaped by causes and conditions, that your flaws are not sins, but seeds for understanding. The Buddha taught that everyone acts from ignorance until they awaken. To hate yourself for being unawakened is like scolding a sleeping child for not yet standing. A story is told of a monk who lived in constant guilt. No matter how much he meditated, he felt unworthy of enlightenment. One night, he dreamed that he stood before a withered tree. "Why are you not blooming?" he asked. The tree replied, "Because you keep cursing me instead of watering me." He awoke in tears, realizing that he had starved his own heart through self-criticism. From that day, he began each meditation by placing a hand on his chest and saying, "May I be gentle with myself." Slowly, peace took root. To practice compassion for yourself means to stop demanding perfection. The Buddha never asked anyone to be flawless, only to be aware. When you stumble, do not punish yourself. Simply bow to the lesson. Every failure can become sacred if met with mindfulness. Just as a lotus blooms from the mud, wisdom blooms from imperfection. In daily life, you can practice self-compassion by observing how you speak to yourself. When you make a mistake, what voice arises? Is it kind? Is it fair? If not, pause. Speak to yourself as you would to a dear friend. Replace judgment with understanding, impatience with care. Over time, this inner dialogue transforms suffering into softness. A woman once came to a Zen master weeping. "I am tired of being my own enemy," she said. The master poured her tea until it overflowed. "See," he said, "when the cup is full, nothing more can enter. Empty yourself of harshness and kindness will pour in." Compassion is not something you create. It is what remains when cruelty is emptied out. When you learn to treat yourself kindly, you begin to understand that pain does not make you unworthy. It makes you human. You see that the same wounds that ache within you also dwell in every other heart. Self-compassion thus becomes the bridge between your suffering and the suffering of the world. You no longer pity others, you recognize yourself in them. The Buddha compared compassion to a mother's love, boundless, patient, protective. But how can a mother nourish her child if she herself is starving? So too, you must feed your own heart, before it can truly feed others. Loving yourself is not closing the circle of love. It is completing it. Sometimes people fear that self-compassion will make them weak or complacent, but true compassion does the opposite. It strengthens and awakens. When you stop wasting energy on self-hate, that energy becomes fuel for growth. You no longer shrink in shame. You rise in awareness. In meditation, you can practice self-compassion through metta bhavana, loving kindness meditation. Sit quietly and repeat gently, "May I be free from suffering. May I be peaceful. May I live with ease." Feel these words not as commands, but as blessings offered inwardly, then extend them outward. May others be free from suffering. May they be peaceful. May they live with ease. In this way, love begins in you and radiates outward, touching all beings equally. A monk once asked, "If everything is impermanent, how can I love myself when this self is not real?" His teacher replied, "You love the process, not the possession." Self-compassion is not clinging to identity. It is caring for this temporary body and mind as a sacred vessel through which awareness shines. You do not love yourself because you are permanent. You love because love is permanent. When you treat yourself with compassion, your inner world softens. The endless striving to be enough begins to fade. You no longer need to prove, perform, or perfect. You begin to rest in the truth that you are already a part of the great fabric of being, not separate, not inferior, not unworthy. Just as a wave belongs to the sea, you belong to existence exactly as you are. There was once a teacher who said, "You cannot fall out of the universe. No matter how lost you feel, you are still held by the vastness that birthed you." Compassion for yourself is the act of remembering this, that you are never beyond the reach of love, even your own. Friend, when you next sit in silence, place your hand over your heart and listen. Beneath the noise of thought, there is a steady rhythm, life itself, faithful and forgiving. Whisper to it, "Thank you for carrying me." This is prayer. This is healing. This is awakening. For the path of the Buddha does not begin with perfect wisdom or unshakable calm. It begins with kindness. The moment you turn compassion inward, the path unfolds beneath your feet, and one day, you will realize that the love you give to yourself was never yours alone. It was the love of the universe, remembering its own reflection through you. For when you learn to be gentle with your own heart, you learn the essence of all Dharma, that to awaken is to love, and to love is to be free. Once a monk asked the Buddha master, "Who among men is the greatest?" The Buddha smiled gently and replied, "The one who no longer needs to be greater than anyone." In that single sentence lies the essence of humility, not the humiliation of smallness, but the freedom from comparison. Humility is not thinking less of yourself. It is thinking of yourself less. It is the quiet heart that bows not out of fear, but out of reverence for all that is greater than I. Humility is the fragrance of wisdom. The more deeply you understand the vastness of life, the smaller your sense of self becomes, not from shame, but from wonder. A flower never claims its color, nor a star its light. They simply shine. So too, the humble person does not boast or demand. They serve naturally as sunlight serves without pride. There was once a teacher who, though revered by many, would sweep the temple floors each morning before dawn. One day, a student said, "Master, let us clean for you." The teacher replied, "If my hands forget the ground, my heart will forget the truth." For humility keeps wisdom rooted. Without it, the mind easily drifts into arrogance, and arrogance blinds faster than ignorance ever could. The Buddha taught that pride arises when we mistake the temporary for the eternal, this body, this role, this reputation, and build a throne upon sand. But humility knows that all forms are fleeting. The body ages, the titles fade, the applause quiets. What remains is only consciousness, pure and still. When you know this, how can pride survive? In the Dhammapada, the Buddha said, "As rain falls on a rooftop, the water flows to the lowest place. So too, the blessing of wisdom flows into the humble heart. The proud heart cannot hold truth. It is too full of itself. But the humble heart, like an empty bowl, receives the universe." A story tells of a scholar who came to a Zen master to learn enlightenment. As the scholar spoke of all he knew, the master poured tea into his cup until it overflowed. "Stop," cried the scholar. "It's full already." The master said, "And so is your mind. How can I teach unless you first empty your cup?" This is the first step of humility, the willingness to admit, "I don't know." For in that space, learning begins. Humility is not a weakness. It is strength refined. The proud must defend their image endlessly, but the humble need no defense. They are at peace with imperfection. They do not need to win every argument, because truth, not victory, is their goal. They do not fear losing face, because they no longer wear one. The Buddha himself embodied perfect humility. Though awakened, he called himself only Tathagata, the one who thus comes and goes. He walked barefoot, ate what was given, and bowed to both kings and beggars alike. When praised, he remained silent. When insulted, he remained kind. His humility was not a gesture, it was the natural expression of enlightenment. In our world today, humility is often misunderstood as weakness or submission. But to be humble is to be unshakably grounded in truth. The mountain bows to the wind and remains unbroken. The ocean receives every river and never overflows. True humility is vast, it holds everything and resists nothing. To cultivate humility, begin by listening. When you listen deeply to others, to nature, to silence, you realize how much of life speaks beyond your understanding. Each person, even the unkind, becomes a teacher. Each experience, even painful, becomes a lesson. The humble person no longer asks, "Why is this happening to me?" but "What can this show me?" There was once a young monk who found enlightenment and rushed to tell his master. "I have found the truth," he exclaimed. The master looked at him and said, "Then go sweep the courtyard." The monk hesitated, feeling insulted. "Did you not hear me?" he said. "I am enlightened." The master replied, "Then your broom will sweep even better." True awakening humbles, for it reveals that even enlightenment is not yours. It belongs to the universe expressing itself through you. In relationships, humility softens the heart. It allows us to apologize without shame, to forgive without superiority, to love without condition. When pride rules, connection breaks. When humility leads, compassion flows. The humble do not seek to be right, they seek to be real. Humility also brings joy. Pride isolates, always comparing, always defending. But humility connects. It frees you from the burden of image, allowing you to live with ease. You laugh at your own mistakes, accept help without shame, and see beauty in others' strengths. The humble heart finds happiness not in being above others, but in walking beside them. The Buddha said, "Just as a mountain cannot be moved by the wind, so too the wise are unmoved by praise or blame." Humility makes you like that mountain, steady, silent, and serene. You no longer rise and fall with others' opinions. You bow to the truth that you are both nothing and everything, a single drop and the entire ocean. When humility deepens, life itself becomes your teacher. Every failure bows you closer to truth. Every success reminds you of grace. You begin to see that your talents, your insights, your very breath are not achievements, but gifts. Gratitude replaces pride. Service replaces ambition. Try this practice each morning before you speak silently. Bow not to a statue or a god, but to life itself. Whisper, "Thank you for another chance to learn." Let that humility guide your day. When someone criticizes you, bow inwardly and ask, "What can I learn?" When someone praises you, bow again, and remember this too is passing. Each bow loosens the grip of ego and opens the heart wider to the world. Humility does not shrink you. It makes you vast. It dissolves the boundaries of me and mine, leaving only awareness, pure, gentle, infinite. When you are humble, you become like the earth trodden by all, yet nourishing all. Friend, let humility be your crown. Wear it not as submission, but as serenity. In a world that shouts, be the one who bows. In a world that competes, be the one who serves. In a world that hungers to be seen, be the one who simply sees. For the greatest souls are not those who stand tallest, but those who kneel deepest, not beneath others, but before truth. And when you finally bow so completely that no I remains, you will rise into boundless peace light, as air vast as sky, silent as awakening itself. Silence is not merely the absence of sound, it is the presence of everything sacred. In the deepest silence, life speaks. The Buddha often retreated into the forests, not to escape the world, but to listen more deeply to it. For truth does not shout, it whispers, and only in stillness can the heart hear. Once a disciple asked the Buddha Master, "Why do you remain silent when asked about the nature of the universe?" The Buddha replied, "Because words create distance from what can only be seen. There are truths too vast for language, too subtle for the intellect. Silence is the bridge that leads beyond thought, beyond belief, into direct knowing." The world today has forgotten silence. We fill our days with sound conversation, music devices, endless distraction. We fear quiet because it reveals the noise inside us, the restlessness, the loneliness, the unhealed wounds. Yet the Buddha taught that silence is not emptiness to fear, it is space to awaken. In silence, what is false falls away, and what is real stands revealed. A story tells of a monk who spent years searching for enlightenment. He meditated with fierce discipline, recited sutras, sought blessings. One night, exhausted, he gave up. He sat beneath a tree and listened to the wind, the insects, the rhythm of his breath. In that listening, something inside him dissolved. The striving ceased. The silence around him became the silence within. And in that stillness, he understood enlightenment had never been elsewhere. It was the quiet awareness that had always been listening. Silence is not escape, it is return. It brings you home to the space before words, before stories, the space where you are whole. The Buddha said, "Better than 1,000 hollow words is one word that brings peace." Yet the word that brings the deepest peace is the one never spoken, the word born of silence. To cultivate inner silence, you do not need to withdraw from the world. You can begin now, wherever you are. Pause before you speak. Listen fully before you respond. Walk without headphones, eat without distraction, breathe without commentary. Gradually, the external noise fades and you begin to hear something deeper, the quiet hum of life itself. When silence becomes your teacher, awareness deepens. You begin to see that every sound arises and fades within stillness, just as every thought arises and fades within awareness. The silence beneath all experience is not absence. It is presence, vast, unchanging, luminous. Once a student asked a Zen master, "What is meditation?" The master replied, "Listening." To what the student asked, the master smiled, "To whatever arises until you hear what does not. That what does not is the eternal silence that holds all things. In silence, the boundaries of self begin to dissolve. The chatter of I, me, and mine grows faint, and you feel yourself expanding into the breath of trees, the song of birds, the heartbeat of the earth. You realize that silence is not inside you. You are inside it. It surrounds and sustains you, like the ocean cradling a wave. The Buddha's silence was not avoidance. It was compassion. He understood that some truths can only be realized, not explained. Words are fingers pointing to the moon. Silence is the moon itself. When the mind grows quiet, the heart begins to see. There is a story of a sage who lived by a mountain stream. People came from afar to seek his wisdom, but he would often greet them without a single word. Instead, he would pour tea slowly, the sound of water filling the air. At first, the visitors grew impatient, but after some time, something shifted. Their thoughts slowed, their breath deepened, and peace arose. Only then would the sage say, "Now you can hear what I have always been saying." In silence, even pain transforms. When you stop running from it, stop describing it, stop fighting it, it reveals its true nature. Beneath every ache is a call for attention, and beneath attention is peace. Silence heals because it allows what is wounded to rest. Yet silence is not always comfortable. It can feel like standing naked before truth. All the parts of yourself you've hidden, fear, regret, longing, rise to the surface. But if you stay, if you breathe through the discomfort, you will find that silence does not judge. It simply holds you until your pain softens into understanding. In that quiet space, you realize something extraordinary. Silence is not empty, it is full. It holds every possibility, every sound, every life. It is the source of all creation, the pause between the notes that makes music possible. To live in silence is not to live without words, but to let every word arise from stillness. The Buddha's words carried power because they were born of silence, not of reaction, but of insight. When you speak from silence, your words heal. When you act from silence, your actions bless. When you live from silence, your life teaches without effort. Practice silence each day. Even 5 minutes of sitting quietly can open doors within. Let your thoughts come and go like birds across the sky. Listen not for something, but to everything. Listen to the space between sounds, to the rhythm of your breath, to the stillness that holds it all. That listening is meditation. Over time, you will find that silence follows you everywhere into your work, your relationships, your thoughts. You will speak less, but with greater truth. You will listen more, but with greater love. Silence will become your refuge, your strength, your guide, friend. The world fears silence because it reveals what cannot be controlled. But to the one who embraces it, silence becomes the greatest companion. In it, you meet yourself, not the self of stories, but the selfless awareness that simply is. One day, as you sit in perfect quiet, you may hear something that is not sound, a presence vast and tender whispering without words, "You are home," and you will know that silence was never the absence of life. It was life itself, singing softly beneath the noise, waiting for you to listen. In one of his discourses, the Buddha said, "Contentment is the greatest wealth." The world often measures success by accumulation of possessions, titles, pleasures, or praise, but the Dharma measures it by peace. A man may have a palace and still live in poverty of spirit, while another may sit beneath a tree with nothing but his robe and bowl, and yet dwell in abundance. True wealth is not what you hold in your hands, but the serenity you hold in your heart. There was once a monk named Sona who practiced so diligently that his feet bled. Yet peace eluded him. When the Buddha visited, he asked Sona, "When you played the lute as a layman, what happened when the string was too tight?" "It snapped," Sona said. "And when it was too loose, it made no sound." The Buddha smiled. "So it is with the mind. Loosen it too much, and you fall into laziness. Tighten it too much, and you fall into suffering. Walk the middle way, that is where peace sings." Contentment arises from this balance, the gentle harmony between effort and acceptance. It is not resignation, but wisdom. It sees life as it is and says, "This too is enough." The Buddha did not teach people to escape the world. He taught them to live within it, free from the fires of craving. A story tells of a wealthy man who once invited the Buddha to dine. As they ate, the man boasted of his riches, his servants, his lands. The Buddha listened silently, then pointed to a farmer eating nearby under a tree. "That man," he said softly, "is richer than you." The host was offended. "He owns nothing," he protested. The Buddha replied, "Yes, and he is owned by nothing." Contentment does not come from adding more to life, but from subtracting the unnecessary. When desire ceases to rule, even a sip of water tastes divine. The mind that always says "I need more" never rests. The mind that whispers "I have enough" lives in heaven already. In the Dhammapada, the Buddha declared, "Few are those who reach the far shore. Most run up and down the bank. Those who reach peace are not the ones who chase endlessly, but those who stop running, who sit beside the river and realize the water they sought was already at their feet." In daily life, contentment begins in small ways. When you eat, truly taste your food. When you rest, truly rest. When you work, give your full attention. Craving is the habit of always looking beyond the present. Contentment is the art of returning to it. A monk once asked his teacher, "How can I know when I have enough?" The teacher replied, "When your mind stops saying, 'Not yet.'" Discontent is not born from lack of things, but from lack of awareness. The moment you stop comparing, stop measuring, stop wishing life were different, you discover the quiet joy that was waiting beneath your wanting. There was a humble villager who once gave the Buddha a bowl of rice, all he had for the day. His friends scolded him, "Why give so much?" He smiled, "Because my heart feels full when I share." True contentment is generous. It flows outward naturally. The content mind does not cling to its joy. It becomes the source of joy for others. The Buddha taught that craving tanha is the root of suffering. Every I want creates tension. Every I need binds the heart. But contentment loosens these knots. It says, "May I enjoy what is here without fear of losing it. May I accept what is not here without longing." Contentment also transforms relationships. When you are satisfied within, you no longer demand that others complete you. You stop measuring love by how much you receive and begin to find joy in giving. You see beauty not in perfection, but in presence, the imperfect smile, the fleeting moment, the shared silence. A king once asked a wandering monk, "What is happiness?" The monk said, "Eating when hungry, resting when tired, and being grateful all the while." The king laughed. "Even beggars do that." The monk replied, "Then perhaps happiness is not as rare as you think, only the knowing of it is." Contentment does not deny ambition, it transforms it. You may still dream, still work, still build, but you do so from peace, not from lack. The content person acts because it is natural, not because they believe joy lies at the end of effort. They know the journey itself is the destination. In meditation, you can watch the movement of desire directly. A thought arises, I want. Watch what happens in the body, a tightening, a restlessness, a reaching forward. Now let the thought go and breathe. Feel the stillness that follows. That stillness is contentment, not born from fulfillment, but from freedom. When you practice gratitude, contentment deepens. Each morning before the world rushes in, whisper, "Thank you," for the air, for the light, for the chance to live this day. Gratitude turns the ordinary into miracle, and in that recognition, wanting dissolves. The Buddha once said, "The wise man, content with what he is unshaken by praise or blame, glows with peace like a lamp in the windless night." Contentment gives you that glow. It steadies your mind through both fortune and loss. Whether surrounded by gold or by dust, you remain rich in equanimity. Friend, remember the mind that chases never rests. The heart that clings never feels full. But the one who bows before the present moment finds treasures in every breath. Look around the air you breathe, the earth beneath your feet. The people who share your path, all are gifts. You need not grasp them to love them. You need only see them clearly. So sit quietly today, wherever you are, and say, "This is enough. This moment is enough. I am enough." Let those words settle like sunlight through the clouds. For in truth, enlightenment itself is nothing more than perfect contentment, the complete acceptance of what already is. And when you can rest in that, even for a single breath, you have touched eternity in the palm of your hand. Among the countless virtues taught by the Buddha, one shines like a hidden jewel, Kanti, patience. The Buddha called it the highest austerity, for it demands no rituals, no sacrifices, no ceremonies, only the willingness to wait, to endure, to see without rushing. Patience is not weakness nor resignation. It is the quiet strength of one who trusts the unfolding of all things. Once a monk asked the Buddha master, "What is the greatest protection in life?" The Buddha replied, "Patience and forbearance. They are the armor of the wise." For life by its nature is not always gentle. Storms come, people wound, desires disappoint. The impatient mind fights what it cannot control, but the patient heart flows like water, yielding yet never broken. A story tells of a young novice who struggled with anger. Each day he would flare at the smallest irritation. One morning, his master handed him a cup of tea and said, "Drink it only when it cools." The boy waited a while, then impatiently sipped and burned his tongue. The master smiled. "Do you see, the tea never punished you? Your haste did. Patience is that the art of waiting for wisdom to ripen. Patience is born from understanding impermanence. All things change, pain softens joy, fades wounds, heal clouds pass. What seems unbearable today will one day be only a story. To the one who knows this, waiting becomes peaceful. There is no need to rush what time will reveal, nor to resist what will inevitably pass. In meditation, patience is the ground of progress. The beginner often says, "My mind will not stay still." The Buddha replied, "Then let it move and watch it kindly." Just as a farmer waits for the seed to sprout, so must the meditator wait for stillness to bloom. You cannot force calm, you can only create the conditions and let it grow in its own season. Once the Buddha was insulted by a man in the marketplace. His disciple grew angry, ready to defend him. But the Buddha simply smiled. Later, When asked why he did not respond, he said, "If someone offers you a gift and you do not take it, to whom does it belong?" "To the giver," replied the disciple. Then said the Buddha, "So it is with anger. I did not accept it. That is patience, the ability to let life's arrows fall without piercing the heart. Patience is not passivity. It is disciplined wisdom. It does not mean doing nothing, but doing nothing rashly. When the heart is patient, decisions ripen naturally, words come at the right time, and actions flow in harmony. The impatient seek to control. The patient cooperate with life. In relationships, patience is love in its truest form. It says, "I will stay long enough to understand you." To be patient with another is to see their pain, their fear, their becoming. Just as a gardener waits for the bud to open, the compassionate soul waits for others to grow at their own pace. Without patience, love turns to demand. With patience, love turns to freedom. A disciple once asked a master, "What is the measure of spiritual maturity?" The master replied, "How gently you can wait." The immature mind demands quick results. Enlightenment today, peace, now happiness, immediately. But the awakened understand that the river of transformation flows slowly. Even the Buddha's enlightenment took countless lifetimes of cultivation. To practice patience is to practice humility. It means bowing before the truth that not everything moves according to your will. The seasons have their time, the heart, its rhythm, the universe, its timing. You cannot force a flower to bloom by pulling its petals. You can only tend to its soil, water it, and trust the sun. Patience also heals anger. When you learn to pause before reacting, you give wisdom space to enter. Count one breath before you speak in rage, and that single breath can change a destiny. The Buddha said, "A moment of patience in anger saves 100 days of sorrow." This is not metaphor, it is deep truth. There was once a fisherman who sat for hours without a single catch. A stranger mocked him. "You waste your time." The fisherman smiled. "Fish do not come to shouting." That is the heart of patience, quiet confidence in the unseen process. You may not see progress today, but patience knows the seed is sprouting beneath the soil. In your own life, notice how impatience steals peace. It makes every line too long, every delay unbearable, every imperfection intolerable. Yet beneath the irritation is fear, the fear that time will not give you what you need. When you meet that fear with awareness, you begin to see life has always been moving at the right speed. Practice patience with yourself. Spiritual growth is not a straight road, but a spiral. You will stumble, forget, begin again countless times. Do not scold the mind for being restless. Smile at it, guide it gently, and wait. The bamboo does not break when bent by the wind. It sways and returns. So too will your heart if you give it time. The Buddha once said, "Like the earth that endures all things, the patient heart endures all with grace." The earth does not protest the footsteps of those who walk upon it. It simply holds. Let your patience be like that, wide, forgiving, unshakable. When you cultivate patience, everything changes. The noise of hurry softens. The weight of expectation lightens. You begin to see the divine timing in every unfolding, even the delays, even the detours. You realize that what you once called waiting was never empty. It was preparation. Friend, walk gently. Let life unfold as it must. Trust that each moment, no matter how slow, carries exactly what your soul needs. The tree does not rush its blooming, yet every spring arrives right on time. So the next time your heart burns to control, breathe. Whisper softly to yourself. Let it ripen. And as you do, something miraculous will happen. impatience will melt into peace, and you will see that the still heart is the strongest of all. For patience is not waiting for peace, it is peace already waiting within you. The Buddha once said, "Holding on to anger is like grasping a hot coal with the intent of throwing it at someone else. You are the one who gets burned." Forgiveness, then, is not a favor to another. It is freedom for yourself. It is the art of putting down that burning coal, of opening the clenched fist around pain and letting it fall away. In every human heart, there are wounds, some old, some fresh. Words that cut deep, betrayals that never received apology, losses that still ache in quiet moments. We tell ourselves, "I cannot forgive," thinking that holding the pain protects us. But the truth is that unforgiveness does not keep us safe. It keeps us bound. Like a shadow that follows wherever we go, resentment darkens even the brightest day. A woman once came to the Buddha, trembling with grief. "They have taken my home, my husband, my peace," she cried. "How can I forgive them?" The Buddha listened, then pointed to a tree nearby. "If someone strikes this tree," he said, "does it strike back?" The woman shook her head. "No," she said softly. The Buddha smiled. "Then be like the tree, strong, alive, and free of hatred." Forgiveness is not the denial of hurt. It is the transformation of it. It means seeing that every act of cruelty, every betrayal, every harsh word arises from ignorance, from people lost in their own suffering. When we understand this, anger begins to soften into compassion. We see not villains, but beings stumbling in darkness, as we too have done. The Buddha taught that hatred never ceases by hatred, only by love. Forgiveness is that love in motion. It breaks the endless cycle of revenge, freeing not only you, but generations to come. Every time you choose to release anger, you heal a piece of the collective wound of humanity. A story tells of a monk who was beaten and left for dead by bandits. When rescued, he whispered, "May they one day awaken." Those who heard him wept, thinking him saintly, but he smiled faintly and said, "I am not holy. I am free. To hate them would bind me to them forever." Forgiveness is the highest act of courage. It does not erase justice, but it transforms vengeance into wisdom. You can still protect yourself, still seek fairness, but with a heart free from poison. True forgiveness does not mean forgetting. It means remembering without resentment. In meditation, forgiveness begins with yourself. Close your eyes, breathe, and bring to mind a mistake you still carry, a harsh word, a regret, a missed chance. Say softly, "I forgive you." You are learning. You are still learning. Feel how the heart loosens. When you can hold your own imperfections with compassion, forgiving others becomes natural. There was once a student who asked his master, "How can I forgive when the hurt is too deep?" The master said, "You forgive when the suffering of holding on becomes heavier than the pain of letting go." Forgiveness does not happen all at once. It unfolds like dawn, slowly, softly, until the light finally touches every shadow. Sometimes forgiveness means releasing someone from your life entirely, not out of hatred, but out of love for your own peace. The Buddha never taught that compassion means remaining where harm continues. Forgive from afar if needed, but let your heart be clean. When we forgive, we reclaim our energy from the past. The mind that was once busy reliving pain becomes spacious, ready to hold joy again. The body that once carried tension begins to breathe freely. The world once gray regains its color. A man once asked the Buddha, "What do we gain by forgiving others?" The Buddha replied, "You gain peace." "And what do they gain?" asked the man. The Buddha smiled. That is their path. Yours is peace. Forgiveness also deepens wisdom. When you see that even those who harmed you were acting from blindness, you realize how easily pain spreads when hearts are closed. This insight humbles you, making you gentler toward all beings. You stop asking who deserves forgiveness and start seeing that forgiveness is not about deserving. It is about releasing. To practice forgiveness daily, begin with small acts. When someone cuts you off in traffic, breathe instead of cursing. When a friend forgets, smile instead of accusing. When life disappoints, say it's okay. Each time you choose peace over bitterness, the chain around your heart weakens. There was once a king who asked a sage, "How can I cleanse my heart of anger?" The sage handed him a bowl of salt and said, "Dissolve this in a cup of water and drink." The king did, and grimaced. It was unbearably salty. Then the sage took him to a lake and poured in another handful of salt. "Now drink." The king obeyed and smiled. "It tastes fresh," he said. The sage nodded. Be like the lake. When your heart is small, even a little pain makes it bitter. When your heart becomes vast, even great sorrow dissolves into peace. Forgiveness, then, is the widening of the heart so wide that no hatred can fill it. It is not forgetting what was done, but remembering who you are. Awareness itself too vast to be defined by wounds. When you forgive, you are not saying, "What you did was right." You are saying, "I will not carry your darkness any longer." That is liberation, to walk unburdened light, open free. Friend, if there is someone whose name still tightens your chest, go into silence tonight and whisper their name into the wind. Say, "I release you. I wish you peace." Then whisper your own name, "I release you too." Forgive yourself for holding on. Forgive them for not knowing better. Forgive life for unfolding the way it did. Then breathe deeply, fully, as if for the first time. The Buddha said, "Victory breeds hatred. The defeated live in pain. Peace comes to one who renounces both victory and defeat." Forgiveness is that renunciation, the letting go of the need to win, the need to be right, the need to make others pay. And when you finally forgive, truly forgive, the world becomes lighter. You walk as if unchained. You look at others and see not enemies, but fellow travelers. You feel the air move freely again in your chest, and you know the heart was never broken. It was only waiting to open. For forgiveness is not the end of pain. It is the beginning of freedom. In an age of endless choices and noise, the Buddha's words echo softly through time. Live simply, so that you may live deeply. Simplicity is not about poverty or denial. It is the art of discovering joy in what is already enough. It is not an outer austerity, but an inner spaciousness, a heart free from clutter, a mind clear like still water. The Buddha lived this truth with perfect grace. Though he could have accepted riches from kings, he walked barefoot from village to village, carrying nothing but a bowl. Each morning he accepted whatever was offered, a handful of rice, a smile, a drink of water. His wealth was not in possessions, but in peace, for he knew that freedom does not come from having more, but from needing less. Once a man came to the Buddha, boasting of his collection of fine robes. The Buddha smiled and said, "You wear many robes, but none of them cover your discontent." Then he pointed to the river. "See how it flows. It holds nothing, yet it nourishes everything. Live like that, empty of grasping, full of giving." Simplicity begins with clarity. Ask yourself, what truly matters? Most of what we chase, praise, recognition, luxury fades quickly like morning mist. But the simple things, kindness, breath, presence, love, remain luminous through all seasons. Simplicity means aligning life with what endures. A story tells of a monk who lived beside a wealthy merchant. The merchant, though rich, was always restless, expanding, collecting, worrying. One evening, he saw the monk meditating under a tree, smiling at the stars. "How can you be so content with so little?" he asked. The monk replied, "How can you be so discontent with so much? Simplicity is the end of chasing. It is not laziness, but liberation from the endless more. It does not reject beauty. It finds beauty in enough. When you live simply, the small becomes sacred. The sound of rain, the warmth of sunlight, the taste of plain food. You begin to see that happiness was never hidden in luxury, but in awareness." The Buddha said, "If you want to be free, give up what does not serve the heart." That does not mean abandoning the world, but relating to it differently. Use things, but do not be used by them. Let possessions serve life, not rule it. Let ambition be guided by compassion, not greed. In daily life, simplicity can be practiced in quiet ways. Wake without hurry. Eat mindfully. Speak only what adds truth or kindness. When you buy something, ask, "Do I need this? Or am I filling an emptiness that silence could heal?" Simplify not to lose comfort, but to regain clarity. A monk once found a crystal in the forest and brought it to his teacher, saying, "It's beautiful. I want to keep it." The teacher asked, "Will you still see beauty in it when it breaks?" The monk hesitated. The teacher smiled. "Then perhaps it owns you more than you own it." Simplicity is not the absence of things, but the absence of attachment to them. The heart of simplicity is gratitude. When you are grateful, wanting disappears. Every meal becomes a feast, every step a pilgrimage, every breath a prayer. The Buddha taught that one who practices gratitude and contentment sleeps peacefully and wakes with joy. Simplicity also brings truth to relationships. When the heart is uncluttered, love flows naturally. You no longer manipulate or demand. You simply appreciate. You realize that presence is the greatest gift you can give. The simple heart listens more than it speaks, gives more than it takes, and loves without adornment. In the monastery, the monks often say, "Simplicity is the robe of the wise." They eat the same food, sleep in the same huts, and walk the same paths day after day, not because they are deprived, but because they are free. They do not spend their lives managing things. They spend their lives awakening. Modern life tells us to accumulate knowledge, wealth, experiences, followers. But the Dharma invites us to subtract, to peel away everything that hides our true face. Simplicity is not about doing less. It is about being more present in what you do. When you live this way, time slows, anxiety fades, and life's quiet music returns. A Zen master once said, "The way is not difficult, only avoid picking and choosing." When you stop dividing life into what you like and dislike what you want, and reject, simplicity arises naturally. You move through the world like a leaf carried by the wind light, unresisting, graceful. Even in meditation, simplicity is key. You do not need complex rituals or exotic postures. Sit, breathe, and be aware. Let thoughts come and go like clouds. Be simple in attention, and the vastness will reveal itself. Simplicity is the doorway to the infinite hidden in plain sight. When you simplify, you create space in your home, in your mind, in your heart. And in that space, peace enters. You begin to see that life has always been generous. It was only your clutter that hid its gifts. Friend, perhaps today, you can let go of one unnecessary thing, a possession, a habit, a resentment. Not because it is bad, but because your hands are too full to receive what truly matters. As the Buddha said, "To one who has let go, no harm can come." The simplest life is not a life without, it is a life within. A life of quiet joy, born from seeing that every breath is enough, every moment complete. So walk slowly, breathe deeply, speak gently. Eat when hungry, rest. When tired, love when moved. Let your life become so simple that even the wind can pass through it without resistance. For when nothing unnecessary remains, what's left is pure awareness, pure joy, pure being. And in that simplicity, you will find the deepest truth of all, that enlightenment was never something to reach. It was what remained when everything else was let go. One day, a monk asked the Buddha master, "What is the secret of happiness?" The Buddha looked at him and said only one word: awareness. For when awareness is present, every step, every breath, every gesture becomes alive with meaning. When awareness is absent, even the most beautiful life passes by unnoticed. Mindfulness sati is the art of remembering to be here. It is not a special state, but our natural one, veiled only by distraction. When we bring attention to this moment, the miracle of existence reveals itself. The rise and fall of breath, the warmth of sunlight, the pulse of life beneath our skin. In mindfulness, nothing is ordinary because everything is seen clearly. The Buddha once compared the unmindful person to someone asleep in a boat, drifting downstream, unaware of the rocks ahead. But the mindful person rows gently, eyes open, meeting each current as it comes. The river is the same for both, yet one suffers while the other flows. A story tells of a monk sweeping the monastery courtyard. When asked why he swept so carefully, he said, "Each stroke cleanses not only the ground, but also my mind." That is mindfulness, when even the simplest act becomes meditation. You do not need incense or rituals, only presence. Most people live trapped between memory and anticipation. They replay the past or rehearse the future, seldom touching the living moment in between. Yet the present is the only place where life happens, the only point where the infinite meets the finite. The Buddha called it the eternal now. Mindfulness is not effortful. It is remembering what you already are, awareness itself. Sit quietly, breathe, and feel this truth. You are the witness of thoughts, not their prisoner. You are the silence behind sound, the stillness behind motion. There was once a student who complained, "My meditation is filled with thoughts." His master replied, "Good. Now you can meditate on thinking." The student frowned. "But I can't stop them." The master smiled. "Who asked you to stop them? Just don't follow them." To be mindful is not to suppress thought, but to watch it rise and fall without judgment, like clouds passing across an open sky. Mindful living begins in the small things. When you walk, feel the contact of your feet with the earth. When you eat, taste each bite as if it were your first. When you listen, listen not for your turn to speak, but for understanding. The more deeply you enter each moment, the more the mind's noise fades. Peace does not come from escaping the world, it comes from truly entering it. The Buddha taught that mindfulness is the path to the deathless, because the present moment never dies. The past is memory, the future imagination, but the now is eternal. When you rest in awareness, you touch something beyond time, the still point within all movement. Mindfulness transforms suffering into insight. When you are fully aware of pain, physical or emotional, without resistance, you see it clearly. You notice that it arises, changes, fades. What once felt unbearable becomes a wave you can ride. Awareness turns pain into teacher, confusion into clarity. A young monk once asked, "How do I know when I am truly mindful?" The master replied, "When the breeze moves and you feel it on your skin, before your mind names it wind, that instant before thought that raw contact with life is pure mindfulness. To live mindfully is to live slowly in a fast world. It is to move with purpose, to speak with care, to see with the eyes of wonder. It is to wash dishes fully aware that the water touching your hands once fell, as rain flowed through rivers nourished trees, and now serves you. In that awareness, even washing dishes becomes sacred. Mindfulness also heals relationships. When you are truly present with another, not distracted, not planning what to say next, you create space for them to be seen. And in being seen, they soften, they open. The Buddha said, "When you look deeply into another, you see yourself." That seeing is mindfulness turned into love. Sometimes mindfulness feels difficult because the world moves so quickly. But mindfulness does not ask you to stop the world, only to stop being lost in it. Even amidst noise, you can be silent inside. Even in chaos, you can be still. The more you practice, the more the gap widens between what happens and how you react. In that gap, freedom lives. Try this practice. When you wake in the morning before your mind begins to race, pause. Feel the breath entering your lungs. Whisper, "I am alive." When you walk to work, notice your steps, your surroundings, the sky above. When anger arises, don't suppress it. Simply breathe and observe. This is anger. Watching it gently without feeding it, you will see it fade. A monk once said, "I have no need for miracles. I walk, and that is enough." Indeed, the true miracle is not walking on water or fire, but walking on earth awake. Mindfulness turns the ordinary into divine. When you drink tea, it becomes a ceremony of the present. When you listen to rain, it becomes a symphony of existence. When you smile, it becomes a gift to the universe. The Buddha described mindfulness as the path that leads to the end of sorrow. Why? Because sorrow lives only in the mind's story, in what was or what might be. The moment you return to now, the story ends and peace begins. Friend, life will never slow down for you. You must slow down for life. The next breath you take is not guaranteed. Feel it, honor it, live it fully. For in the still center of each moment, nothing is missing, nothing is broken, nothing is waiting to begin. There is only this vast, luminous eternal. So walk gently, breathe deeply, and let awareness illuminate your path. Every step taken in mindfulness is a step toward awakening. Every breath drawn in awareness is a prayer. And one day, as you walk quietly beneath the sky, you will realize the miracle you sought was never outside you. It was the simple, shining presence of being alive right here, right now, always. One evening, the Buddha was asked by a disciple master, "What is the secret to peace?" The Buddha picked up a handful of sand and let it slip through his fingers. "When you no longer cling," he said, "you are free." Detachment, upekkha, is among the highest teachings of the Buddha, and yet it is often misunderstood. People think detachment means indifference, coldness, or apathy. But true detachment is not turning away from life, it is loving life without being enslaved by it. It is the art of holding the world, gently knowing you cannot keep it. The Buddha taught that suffering arises not from life itself, but from clinging to pleasure, to people, to ideas, to identity. When we cling, we turn the flowing river of experience into a stagnant pool. But when we release our grip, life flows again, fresh and alive. A story tells of a monk who crossed a wide river using a small raft. When he reached the other side, he lifted the raft onto his back to carry it with him. Another monk laughed and said, "Brother, the raft helped you cross, why carry it now?" The first monk smiled, realizing the lesson. Even good things, once their purpose is complete, must be released. Detachment is not rejection. It is gratitude followed by release. True detachment begins with understanding impermanence. Everything we hold, beauty, youth, relationships, even breath, is passing. To cling is to fight the rhythm of nature. The wise do not resist this flow. They move with it. The Buddha said, "All conditioned things are like a dream, a bubble, a shadow. Why hold what cannot be held?" In daily life, attachment often hides behind love. We say, "I can't live without you," believing it is devotion. But such love is fear, wearing the mask of affection. Real love says, "I wish you freedom, even if it leads you away from me." Detachment purifies love. It turns possession into compassion, desire into blessing. Once a mother asked the Buddha, "How can I love my son deeply without suffering when he leaves me?" The Buddha replied, "Love him like the sky loves the bird. It gives space to fly, yet never loses connection." Detachment does not make you distant. It makes you vast. You become like the ocean, welcoming every wave but clinging to none. Whether joy or sorrow arises, you remain steady, aware, and open. In meditation, detachment is cultivated naturally. You watch thoughts, emotions, sensations come and go. At first, the mind reacts, reaching for pleasant thoughts, rejecting painful ones. But with practice, you begin to see that all are transient visitors. You are not the storm, but the sky that holds it. This seeing is freedom. A student once told his master, "I want to stop my thoughts." The master replied, "Then you are still attached to stillness." The student frowned. "Then what should I do?" The master said, "Let go of letting go." Detachment at its deepest includes detachment from the idea of detachment itself. You stop trying to control even your non-attachment. You simply rest in awareness, vast, ungrasping, alive. To live detached does not mean withdrawing from the world. The Buddha did not retreat into cold isolation. He loved, taught, and wept with compassion. But he did not cling. He knew that every person, every moment, every form is borrowed, appearing, dissolving, returning to the whole. Detachment also transforms suffering. When pain arises, the untrained mind says, "This should not be happening." It clings to the idea of how life should be. But detachment says, "This too belongs." You meet pain with understanding instead of resistance, and suddenly its grip weakens. A monk once watched a leaf fall from a tree. He whispered, "Thank you for showing me how to let go." To live with detachment is to live like that leaf, releasing not out of despair, but out of wisdom. Detachment is also freedom from opinions and identities. We cling to being right, to being recognized, to being someone. But all identities are costumes worn by the eternal. When you stop clinging to the mask, you discover the face beneath the one that was never born and can never die. In relationships, detachment brings balance. You can love someone deeply without losing yourself. You can listen to their pain without absorbing it. You can walk beside them without trying to control their steps. Detachment says, "I will walk with you as long as our paths align, and when they part, I will bless your journey." The Buddha compared detachment to the lotus. The lotus grows in the mud, yet water never clings to its petals. So too, the wise live in the world, but remain unstained by it. They participate fully, love deeply, and yet remain free. To practice detachment, begin with awareness. Notice where you tighten the things or people you say you must have. Ask yourself gently, what am I afraid of losing? Often the answer is not the thing itself, but the sense of control it gives you. Then breathe and let go, not by force, but by seeing that holding on cannot stop change. There was once a monk who clutched a stone as if it were precious. His teacher asked, "What are you holding?" "A gift," said the monk. "And if I told you it is only a stone?" The monk hesitated, then dropped it. The teacher smiled. You see, freedom was always one open hand away. Detachment does not mean life becomes dull. In fact, it becomes more vivid. When you stop grasping, you can finally experience. You taste food without needing more hear music, without wishing it would never end, love people without fearing their loss. Life becomes pure, not owned, but lived. Friend, what are you still carrying? A past love, a grudge, a dream that no longer fits. Look at it softly, bow to it with gratitude, and place it down. You will not lose anything real. What is true will remain. What is false will fade. The Buddha said, when you let go of what you are, you become what you might be. That is the promise of detachment, not emptiness, but wholeness. So walk lightly. Love without chains. Give without expecting. Be in the world, but not of it. For when the hand opens, the heart can finally fly. And in that freedom, you will find what you were seeking all along, not possession, but peace. One night beneath the Bodhi tree, as the morning star rose, the Buddha opened his eyes and saw clearly not something new, but what had always been. He realized that awakening is not a destination, but the remembrance of truth. Wonder of wonders, he said softly, all beings are already enlightened. They only do not see it. Enlightenment Bodhi is not the possession of the few, nor a prize at the end of effort. It is the natural state of awareness when the dust of ignorance settles. It does not arrive from outside, but shines from within when craving, fear, and illusion fall away. You are not becoming something else. You are remembering what you have always been: boundless, luminous, free. The Buddha often described the mind as a lake. When agitated, it reflects nothing clearly. But when still, it mirrors the moon perfectly. Enlightenment is that stillness, not the absence of thought, but the absence of distortion. The world remains as it is. Only your seeing changes. A disciple once asked Master, "What did you gain from enlightenment?" The Buddha replied, "Nothing at all." The disciple was puzzled. The Buddha smiled. It is not about gaining, but losing. Losing ignorance, fear, and the delusion of separateness. The journey toward awakening is paradoxical. You seek until you realize there was never anything missing. Every breath, every step, every joy, every sorrow has been guiding you back home. Even your confusion was part of the path, for it deepened your longing to see. A story tells of a man who searched all night for his key beneath a street lamp. A friend asked, "Where did you lose it?" The man replied, "Inside my house." "Then why look here?" "Because here there is light." So it is with many seekers. They search outside in teachings, teachers, or rituals, forgetting that the key has always been within. Enlightenment begins when you stop searching under someone else's lamp and turn inward. The Buddha said, "Be a light unto yourself." This does not mean arrogance, but trust in your direct experience. No teacher can give you awakening. They can only point. The path unfolds when you walk it with awareness. Each moment of mindfulness, each act of compassion, each breath of acceptance polishes the mirror of your heart until it reflects truth naturally. Enlightenment is not an escape from life, it is intimacy with it. The awakened one does not live in some distant heaven, but walks the same earth, eats the same food, feels the same rain. The difference is in perception. They no longer resist what is. They see beauty in impermanence, peace in change, and unity in diversity. A student once asked his master, "How does an enlightened person live?" The master said, "When hungry, they eat. When tired, they sleep." The student frowned. "Then how is that different from anyone else?" The master replied, "Others are thinking of 1,000 things while they eat and sleep. The enlightened are fully there." Awakening is radical simplicity, the end of division between self and world. You realize there was never me and them, only the dance of consciousness expressing itself in countless forms. The flower, the wind, the stranger, the breath, all are you meeting yourself endlessly. Enlightenment does not make you superhuman. It makes you real. You still feel joy and sadness, but they no longer bind you. You act, but not from craving. You love, but without fear of loss. The Buddha laughed, often wept sometimes, and embraced the world fully, not because he was detached from it, but because he was one with it. In meditation, glimpses of awakening come like flashes of lightning, a sudden stillness, where the boundary between you and existence dissolves. Do not cling to these moments. Even the experience of enlightenment is transient. The true awakening lies not in the momentary light, but in the quiet understanding that the light never left. A monk once asked, "What happens after enlightenment?" His teacher replied, "You chop wood and carry water." The monk asked again, "Then what's the difference?" The master smiled. "Before enlightenment, you complain. After enlightenment, you sing. The world remains the same, but your heart dances differently." The Buddha described the awakened mind as unshaken as the mountain, shining like the moon, boundless as the sky. Such a mind does not cling to identity or time. It flows freely at peace with both beginnings and endings. To walk toward enlightenment, practice these 3 jewels: mindfulness, compassion, and wisdom. Mindfulness reveals truth. Compassion dissolves separation. Wisdom sees the unity behind all forms. Together, they open the heart to the infinite. You may ask, how will I know when I am awakened? The answer is simple: when nothing is missing, when peace no longer depends on circumstances, when you no longer ask the question, for awakening is not an event to achieve, it is a realization to relax into. A master once said, "Before enlightenment, I was searching for God. After enlightenment, I realized I was what I sought." This is the final turning the circle, closing the wave, returning to the sea. You discover that there was never a separation between the seeker, the path, and the goal. All were one motion of awareness, discovering itself. Friend, you have traveled far through fear and faith, through doubt and devotion, through silence and storm. Yet here, at the end of the path, you find not a finish line, but a mirror. And in that reflection, you see not a saint or sage, but yourself, ordinary, breathing, luminous. This is enlightenment, the extraordinary shining quietly through the ordinary. When the Buddha rose from his meditation beneath the Bodhi tree, the world was the same. The moon still glowed, the river still flowed, the birds still sang. Yet everything was different, because he saw it as it truly is. So too, when you awaken, the world will not change, you will. And in your seeing, the world will shine. Walk gently now. There is nowhere else to go, nothing else to seek. Every breath is the Dharma, every heartbeat a mantra, every moment the unfolding of the infinite. For enlightenment is not the end of your journey. It is the end of forgetting who you are. You have always been home. You have always been free. And in this perfect stillness, this eternal now, you finally remember.